all movies and what's wrong with pop culture. Today, I'm your host, Kyle Curtis Left for DeluxeCinever.com. I'm going to shout out to the podcast on Barrel Age Flicks Podcast. He's on Spotify. Go check him out.
You know that I've been very critical of tokenization. I've expressed my displeasure for it. And,
I am Evil Wolf. Yes, I gave you that initially with that to start off with. Hope you all love that. Today is a very groovy day, as Ash would say, because we are...
From worst to best. Pretty big fan of this franchise. Even the lesser quality films, I get some enjoyment out of them. This is definitely not the right ranking. It's just my ranking, and you guys will see that it's fairly different.
Place in America.
Oh, joy.
Hell, we even get an entire section dedicated to Canada.
Random.
So random, they don't even know where they are.
It was a nuclear war. It was a machine, Sarah. New, powerful. Extermination. I came across time for you, Sarah. I love you. I always have.
Hey, what's going on, everyone? Welcome back to Backtrack Cinema, where we talk movies of the past. And today, guys, it's a long night. We're doing a double feature of Terminator 1 and Terminator 2. Probably the best 1-2 punch combo in a franchise, I would think. And I got two good friends of the channel. We got Kyle Curtis Flett from Flett's Movies of Pop Culture and Caleb from the Dark Ether Files. My name is Jason. We are just south of Toronto, and it is 8:06 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So welcome to the first double feature on the channel, guys. So Caleb, Kyle, how are you guys doing?
I'm doing great, and I've been waiting for this. This is awesome to watch Terminator 1 and 2 with my two awesome friends. And I just want to say that was a badass, epic trailer, J-Man. That was kick-ass. So this is going to be a blast for sure.
For sure. Yeah, we're going to have an intermission too between the two movies, guys. So if you like, maybe some people will join it. I could have some other guests joining. Nothing really confirmed, but yeah, we're going to get it going soon, but I just want to let Caleb, how are you, buddy? How are you?
I'm back.
He's been terminated.
You've been back enough.
I'll be back.
I'll be back. Yippee-ki-yay.
Yeah, no, first of all, I appreciate you bringing us on. I mean, you already know, big Terminator fan here. We're all big Terminator fans. And considering that my channel is currently in the middle of a pretty big Terminator project, it's a nice reprieve watching the good Terminator movies. The movies that are inspiring me to tear this new one apart that much more.
Hell yeah.
I know that people love Dark Fate. It's just So it's okay to like bad movies.
I actually hear more people hate it than actually like it. So I don't think you're in the minority. I'm in the minority. But you know what? It did
Perhaps.
go. It has gone down a bit because the more I think about it, that has gone down a bit. But I don't know. I just always seem to enjoy it for what it is. But I think because I enjoy Sarah Connor so much, which you know what? I don't want to spoil anything. Caleb, I'm on Caleb's video, so it's gonna be
That's
it's
actually one of my big critiquing points is Sarah Connor. Not so much, I mean, partially her performance, but if the movie handled the characters around her better, then I would be much more forgiving. But my overall issue is how certain characters treat Sarah Connor and how the movie treats her. Because it's not part 2 coming soon.
Yes.
I drop a little bit of my critique problem with Sarah, but with where I am, for those who might not understand what I'm doing with this review series, I'm breaking down the movie essentially scene by scene. I'm going in chronological order, starting from the very beginning and going through the entire film. That's what this series is. It's a big project, and I hint at some things that I will talk about in later episodes in the series, just because I want to get through it chronologically first. And I know that the bigger meat of it all, it really hits in when they introduce Carl, because that's how the movie started. It starts with Sarah and Carl, and then the movie comes back to it, and that's where it really just for the story. But anyway, we're here to watch the good
stuff.
The good stuff. Yeah, I don't know. You know what? I'm not big on watching bad movies on my channel. Maybe one day I'll put on Jason X and have to get a drunk.
You have to be drunk.
All right, let's before we start, everyone get your movies ready. We're ready to watch it, but I want to see who's here to enjoy this with us. I got The View with Drew. He said, "Hey, what's up? Hey, buddy, what's going on?" Of course, we got Special Agent Daner Bobaner. Greetings, exalted ones. We got Nick from the Movie Ranker. He says, "Up, guys."
Hey, Nick.
Hello there.
Nick says, "Cool intro. Thanks, buddy." Daner says, "Hey, it's me. Yep, I put all the friends of the channel in." Nick Chang, a really good follower of the channel, really knows his movies, really knows his stuff. Says, "Cool Terminator POV. Thanks." Gotta love those overlays. And he says, "Cyberdyne Systems, Model 101. Daner says, "Besides Cody Leach, I don't know who else likes Dark Fate." Brian Lomax gave it a good review too, and Sean Chandler gave it.
There's a few others that I know too. So
there's a few others who like it too. You know, I like I said, I like T3 is my. I don't want to get into that right now, but
yeah, that's not
T3 is my worst one. That's it. I think there's so many things going wrong in that movie, but that's another. Nick Chang says, "That dude wearing the gargoyles from T1 or?"
Well, believe me, I tried my best to find either one of those, and I was unsuccessful. But I found I've dropped them. I found these particular glasses literally on the side of the road, close to my work a few years ago.
Really?
They were just laying there in the grass, and I'm like, "Oh my god, these glasses, they look pretty good." They're called Lift.
They're really nice though.
They are. Brother Fluff is here. He says, "Look at these handsome devils." Hey, buddy. And Nick says, "I think all the Terminator films after TT are heavily flawed, but I can still get some entertainment value out of them." I agree with that, actually. There are things I can find inside of them that entertain me, but
good.
But Nick's right. They're all. You know what? He said it perfectly. They're all heavily flawed. They really are. They really are. Nick says, the other Nick, "I like Dark Fate, but felt it was a bit redundant." No, agree. I'd rather swallow a bottle of T3s than watch. I'm with you, Danner. Drew says, "Tell me if you guys agree. T2 is by far the best Terminator movie." Terminator 1 for me, actually. See, I love they're so good together, but
back and forth.
Terminator 1's my favorite just because of tone and the darkness, and I think it stands on its own better, and it completes this paradox. Basically, but it's T2 is so good as
That's the one
well.
I
So
mostly watched before I
The
ever knew there
way
was a Terminator 1.
the way that I sort of compare it is the same argument for which one is the better Star Wars movie, Empire Strikes Back or Return of the Jedi. And a common sort of trend that I've noticed is that people will acknowledge that Empire Strikes Back is the superior made film, but they prefer Return of the Jedi because of that emotional value. And you could almost say that with T1 to T2, that T2 is the better made film, but T1 has that emotional impact and the tone, the atmosphere. What really drives that movie is Kyle's mission to keep Sarah alive and the fear that this first Terminator it invokes in people. And I think that's one of the best critiques you could give the Terminator franchise is that it made the classic T800 less scary. It made him
yeah,
more of a joke or a gag. I mean,
yeah,
T3 is the first offender.
yeah.
Genesis made it worse, and then, well,
Yeah.
Dark Fate.
Well, you know what? We're gonna watch, guys, and we're gonna talk about it as we go. So just let me get the layout of my choosing here. There we go. We're gonna start it. You guys ready? We're on zeros
Yes.
here.
Mhm.
Okay, everyone. I'm gonna hit play in 5 seconds. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, play.
Here we go.
Here we go. You guys will never hear my movie because I got a separate monitor, but
You won't hear mine ever either.
I want to be able to hear you guys too.
Yeah, I got my volume turned down a bit, just enough so I can hear both y'all.
Carry on. Now, I was a kid when this came out, and I watched it as a kid, and every scene in this is iconic to me, just
It
because
definitely is iconic.
of me growing up in it. I mean, my dad used to have a shotgun, and obviously empty. He kept his ammo somewhere else, but he'd hang it over the fireplace. And I remember taking it just because I wanted to cock a shotgun. Like,
Yeah. I always want to see a Terminator War movie based on this. What's going on here at the moment?
me too, buddy. Me too. And you see my picture that's pulled up. It's coming up soon. What a way to get you engaged here. The machines rose from the ashes of the nuclear fire. Their war to exterminate mankind had raged for decades.
Oh, hold
The
on.
final battle will be not fought in the future. It will be fought here in our present. That's what a way to get engaged in a story. Wow. Well, like, what's this about, right?
Right. Oh,
And you get awesome model work here.
Yeah, the miniature work is really good. I'm a big fan of miniatures. The Godzilla franchise is famous for having such a good quality ones. I mean, obviously you can tell that some of them are models, but there's this sort of cheesy but really nice appeal to them. And of course, me personally, I'm always a fan of practical effects. I do like CGI when it's used correctly, but I think that one of the biggest issues I have with the future Terminator films is that they got away from using the practical effects, and you can tell. Like, that's one of the things that
out of the Terminator sequels, how would you rank them? Okay, after T1 and T2, I go Salvation, Dark Fate. What's the next one there? Genesis and T3 for me.
Yeah, so for the first three, I'm pretty much the same. Salvation, I put T3 above Genesis and Dark Fate, but as far as the ranking, it'll be Salvation, T3, Genesis, then Dark Fate for me.
Same as Caleb's. That's mine as well.
I think that I fully agree that T3 is a joke of a film. Like, out of all the Terminator sequels, Terminator 3 is the one that I would call a in-universe parody film, because it literally makes a joke of so many Terminator tropes. At the same time, I think to myself, well, if they didn't decide to go with a T2 clone, then we wouldn't be in this situation. Which is why Salvation comes in, and while I think that it had the right idea, where it failed was it set the future war setting. We're too early into it, I think.
Yeah.
We're not seeing a lot more of the advancements that I would have hoped to see.
Yeah. Nick says T1, T2, Genesis, Dark Fate, Salvation, and last T3.
Damn. Interesting choice.
Interesting.
Oh, here's the garbage man. What the hell?
Oh yeah, I like this. What the goddamn son of a bitch, mother! What the fuck? So in the script, I was reading the original script for this online, and Arnold actually wipes white ash off him when he, like
Yeah.
the character. So something to do with the time travel creates like this kind of ash on him. And
Wait,
in T2, they should have explained this in the script. Robert Patrick is actually in a living organism cell that he has to break out of. That's how he's able to travel. They built
That
like a
was-
living organ because they actually break the rules in T2.
they do with the T1000, yeah. Because we don't see the bubble that he's in, like how we see in T2, or even here to a certain degree. We don't really see a bubble here, but it's something. So there's something funny. So I noticed that in Terminator Genesis and Dark Fate, a new little feature they added with the time travel is that things get cold, like frost. You ever notice that?
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought that was soming interesting that they
Thought he was-
added.
guy
Genesis
was
butchered
jacked.
this scene.
Oh, I didn't know if they butchered it. It's just
Wait.
at the time the CGI was actually quite good. At the time, it's just not aging.
Yeah.
I love that.
Well, I keep forgetting that is what's his name? Bill Paxton.
Yeah.
Nick Chang says James Cameron was a miniature builder when he worked for Roger Corman. Yeah,
Oh no!
he
Wow,
was,
wow.
and he knew his stuff with models. That's how he was able to do a lot of this.
Roger Corman did a lot of things for a lot of directors. Hit Cameron, Scorsese, Coppola, many people.
Great. He would just look crazy. He wouldn't think anyone would think he's a machine.
Yeah.
They just look human. He looks human to them, right?
And notice that only one person dies in this scene. I know that people like to say that, Bill Paxton was also killed by a Terminator, but when you look at it, he just gets pushed hard against the fence.
Yeah, he got away.
The thing is here is that that Terminator already played out 10 scenarios of how they, how this would go down, and already counteracted everything what they would do. That's a machine. It can think simultaneously. Like,
you know what I really hated about Genesis, besides the whole thing, is that they recreate these scenes, and in the recreations, it felt so cheap. Like the
That's what I
characters,
meant,
like even
yeah.
the old man right here, right?
Really
The way
bright
this
light.
old man delivers it, he seems more grumpy and kind of confused and drunk and shit. But the other guy, he looks very sober. He doesn't look or sound very convincing to me compared to this first one.
That
Nick
is what I
Chang says-
meant.
yeah, Nick Chang says T3 became a joke when they let a girl kick Arnie's butt, which is a big no-no. Laughing. He's just joking around.
I
Funny.
think that the biggest moment where it became a joke, well, maybe not the biggest, but one of the big moments is when Arnold pulls out the glasses and they're those fucking star glasses.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
if you literally just take out that bit and you just like skip it, he walks out of the bar and then goes straight for the truck, then it would be better. And you could just forget that stupid glasses scene ever happened.
Yeah. that
Another
was not
stupid
good.
part was when they decided to have the TX expand her chest for the cop. Now, from
Yeah.
a certain standpoint, you could say it makes sense. with that said, just because it makes sense doesn't mean you have to have it in there. And
Yeah.
again, the TX was in the movie for sex appeal, which I guess worked, but it's hard to be afraid of something when it's giving you a hard on.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what that's what made Robert Patrick's Terminator so intimidating.
Yeah. What I like about this though is Reese doesn't recognize where he is, even though he is in LA fighting a war.
Right.
But he can't recognize the place because it's all put together. Things are
There's
organized society, and he's completely confused. Like
what is this?
Nick says, I think that Nick Stahl is the worst Connor ever. So do
I
I. That's
agree
one of the
on
reasons I
that
hate him.
too.
I think he's a pussy, man.
He was a pussy in that film.
What I really didn't like is that they had him like addicted to drugs. And I'm thinking that is a bit of like how do I say it? They butchered John's character just a bit. That's really where the shit started for just insulting John Connor. The one thing I would say to a certain degree, the saving grace would be the ending of T3, where he gets genuinely pissed off that that Brewster's father sent them to the bunker, and then he goes into his monologue. I did enjoy the monologue, and I enjoyed the slow pan in on the Terminator skull.
Yeah, that part was actually I always thought that was good. How I like the idea that they were just meant to survive it.
Yeah.
That it's just the whole movie was executed really badly.
I would say that it's the ending scene is not worth going through the entire movie for.
Just go watch the scene.
Yeah, pretty much.
This is great.
Skip the whole movie and then just
how easily he dodges these cops away.
Yeah.
This guy's a soldier, man.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, he had to evade machines with infrared sighting. So
yeah, this is nothing for him. He's just
right.
He takes their shotgun too.
Yeah.
I actually have that jacket right now. The one he's wearing, I have one.
Where did you get that from?
I found it at an Army surplus store.
Nice.
Here in town, yeah. I also like how he just runs out there with a shotgun, just holding it in the air, and it's just like I know that it's nighttime, so there's not as many people out, but goddamn, you're running out of the alleyway with a shotgun that is almost as tall as you.
And then just able to nonchalant walk away with it.
It's like, woo,
look at this pause he makes. Oh, look at the pause here. He thinks the cops are after him.
Thought he was caught. Yeah.
That was very good directing.
Yeah.
Because make no mistake, these actors are told where to walk, how to walk. This is what I'd like you to do. You know what I mean?
Right.
And he has to take the phone book with him, where the Terminator just analyzes it and got that info. Three Sarah Connors. I'd be screwed. There's only one of me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sarah Connor, yes.
There she is, the great Linda Hamilton.
Speaking about Linda Hamilton, I just watched the original Children of the Corn last night.
She was actually pretty good in that. You could see why she got cast in this.
Yeah. By the way,
sure that was before.
Just saying all this is irritating. It's irritating because if you follow the chronological timeline of Dark Fate, everything here is practically meaningless. If you really think about it.
Yeah.
I can't
Let's Daner says, I think the guy from the shitty Pet Cemetery remake was the worst John Connor. Was it really even him? Fuck the script to the movie.
Yeah, and then they made him evil. I'm like, you don't do that.
Well, see, that's where it got worse. See, where Terminator 3 decided to humiliate John Connor, Genesis decided to do the even worse part, which is to just make him a fucking villain. When he's supposed to be the hero. Yeah. He's supposed to be the Messiah, and then you change him to be the enemy. and that's the thing. Because they make him a Terminator. But it's a clone of the T-1000.
I always look at that as Genesis as the most expensive fan film ever made. Like
it's a fucked up fantasy, is what it is.
Very fucked up.
Like, I mean, who in their right minds would have thought, hey, you know what? let's make John Connor the villain. Yeah, that'll make sense, right? Like, how? Why? That
Like,
doesn't make any sense.
He's
Like,
not supposed to be
what?
the villain. Like, come on.
Yeah. Oh well. What's done is done.
Yeah, it's too late to fix it.
I like
Yeah.
this kid. Gives her some. Is that ice cream? He gives
That
her?
was
I always-
ice cream, yeah.
I hope so.
Nick says, I will admit that Genesis has the worst casting as a whole for this franchise. Emilia Clarke and Jay Courtney had no business being in there, but I enjoy the timeline getting messy due to all the time travel.
See, that's the thing.
The plot line is making my fucking blood boil to scalding levels. Dana's funny.
And so unfortunately we lost this guy who's at the gun store.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was in Gremlins. Gremlins, those bastards! He's the guy with the Gremlins.
Yeah.
Oh, I love Gremlins.
This guy, yeah, but you can see in the performance, he knows something's not right with this guy. Like he's
Especially the way he's
there's
just,
the Terminator glitch, phase plasma rifle in the 40-watt range.
he's like, what the fuck are you talking about? He's like, should I really sell this to him?
Hey man, Jason Lives has a laser gun too.
Yeah.
Because where the red dot goes, you bang. Hey, you can't do that. Oh yeah, by the way, something else I really want to see that there's a couple things. First and foremost, I always wanted to see two T-800s get sent back in time and have them fight. Like, have the plot of T2, right? But instead of a T-1000, it's another T-800. It's weird.
See how Reese is just on a mission?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He's just gotta find her. I gotta find her. I got my orders.
Just froze the guy. Get out of my way.
Of course, we don't know any of this shit yet when we first watched this, right? It's
especially the very first time watching.
Hey man, you got a serious attitude problem.
Nick says T3 was a big budget B movie that even WB didn't take seriously, but used to milk the franchise. Arnie did it for a fat paycheck while he was the governor of California.
You can tell he did it for that.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Milking the franchise.
The dog starts barking at him.
I think that what really got me was the car chase. Now notice that pretty much every Terminator film has a car chase, right?
Right.
And when T3 came around with their car chase, it was so over the top. It took me out of the movie. It was distracting. And that same thing happens to me when I watch Dark Fate. You have a similar situation where the car chase just it gets out of hand for me.
I like that how they don't show her getting killed.
Yeah.
Real like it does that makes you use your mind a bit and conjure up things that
what it actually looks like.
Yeah. You're dead, honey.
Yep. Thanks for your confidence, right? Nick says, now I have never watched the Sarah Connor Chronicles TV series. Any good?
Okay.
I haven't watched it. Caleb can fill you in on that, though.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. All right. It's all right. But with that said, it has problems. I'd say that if you're to watch the series, you can binge it if you want to, but season 2 is better than season 1. But it has some of the same problems that a lot of these Terminator sequels have. First and foremost, it's set in present day, which would make sense because it's about Sarah Connor. But being that it's a show about Sarah Connor, I don't think that it does enough to flush her character out. Because when you get to the final episode of the series, you don't really learn anything new about Sarah. And I think that's a crying shame because you have an entire series dedicated to her character. You have a big opportunity to flush her story out, but it doesn't really do it. It has some pretty interesting ideas. One being time traveling forward instead of the usual time traveling back. So
Right.
that's an interesting bit. But I would say that the plot gets better in season 2.
I just love these
So
scenes
there-
right here.
There's that.
Oh yeah, they're so dark and gritty, eh?
Yeah.
Don't they have ray guns in the future?
Sure they do.
That's coming.
Ray
Well, it
gun.
was so. If you look at it from a writer's point of view, James Cameron had to come up with a way. Well, I need to make this Terminator terrifying and make human against machine the underdog. How do I do that? He can't take any weapons with him. And then he comes up with this thing. Well, the way they time travel is generated by a living organism, so nothing dead can go. And it's actually quite good, actually, because it gives Reese that he has to take this thing on with archaic weapons, essentially.
Yeah. It
Yeah.
adds to the tension too, if you think about it.
It's very intense.
Yeah, you're right. That's what adds the tension to it.
Because it would be easy or easier if Reese had a plasma rifle to go up against the Terminator, because it's designed to penetrate through the Terminator's armor. But then you wouldn't have a really good movie, right? To draw
No.
it out.
Nick says, thanks, Caleb.
You're welcome. Yeah, I mean, as a Terminator fan, I would recommend to watch it. Just watch the whole series. That's all I have to say. Because the curiosity is gonna kind of pique in your mind, and I just say this, that don't expect it to flesh out Sarah's character as much as you might want it to. I know as a Sarah Connor fan, I was sort of disappointed by it, but Lena Headey, she does an all right job. She does an all right job.
So here's that PTSD I was talking in
Yeah.
the pre-show.
Yeah.
I'm talking about, like, he's severely not supposed to, like, he should be out looking for Sarah and he fell asleep and had a
And
freaking
dreams
nightmare.
that. Yeah.
Oh yeah, here's another little critique I have about Dark Fate. It's the build-up. I feel like the film goes too fast. Everything we're seeing here, it's all building up to the inevitable first confrontation.
That's why I love this movie too. There is such a build-up.
Yeah.
And her friend here, Ginger, is more of your stereotypical badass survivor, because she has attitude, she has spunk. Like, she tells her, your boyfriend can't do it. It's Friday night. I'll break his kneecaps.
Yeah.
So Sarah's really Sarah's your classic final girl.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I look at her as a final girl, and I do look at this movie as a horror film. I will debate it's not so much a slasher, but it's a horror film.
It's a horror term. Yeah.
With a huge, it mixes a lot of genres together, but the tone and the atmosphere to me are horror, and Sarah's set up as the ultimate final girl, because the arc she goes on, which we'll see.
Yeah.
And when we get to this police station scene, when we finally get to the police station massacre, since I watched Terminator 2 first many, many times, my dad told me finally there was a Terminator 1. So when I finally watched Terminator 1, I was so hyped to see the massacre scene, and it just didn't disappoint. It was everything I wanted to see.
What a way to watch that. Like,
yeah,
to see them talk about it in T2. So you got all these expectations of what this is going to be like.
Right.
Yeah, and it was awesome.
Now, Lance Hendrickson here, he's the kind of guy they wanted for the Terminator. That's the way James Cameron envisioned his Terminator. Someone who could infiltrate and look like anybody else.
Right.
Even did a painting of Lance Hendrickson with his face torn, and you see the red eye, and
that would have been interesting.
Well,
when they went with Arnold, he could see the blockbuster potential, the movie magic, kind of, I guess.
Well, I guess that's why we have T2 with the T1000, because
exactly
Patrick has that slim build.
Thank God it was Robert Patrick, not Billy Idol.
Yeah.
Well, O.J. Simpson was going to be the Terminator.
Oh my.
What was it that was said? That someone couldn't imagine OJ as a killer?
Hmm.
The irony, you know.
And it was what's so cool that Lance Henriksen was also in Aliens. So
No.
James Cameron.
Yeah, James Cameron likes his actors he trusts, and
He likes his regulars.
well,
Well,
Sigourney Weaver and Linda Hamilton are very similar, like these characters.
Yeah.
And we'll get the T2 when we watch it. That there's some shots that are very aliens-like in it.
Yeah, I do know what you mean. Yeah.
And Michael Biehn is the man to both of them. What a lucky guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Although I have to say that I can't see them like swapped, like Linda and Sigourney, like their characters. I can't see Sigourney Weaver as Sarah Connor. Yeah.
No,
just like I can't see Linda Hamilton as Ripley.
If I can digress from this movie just a little bit, I read Linda Hamilton auditioned for Kathryn Janeway in Star Trek Voyager.
Mm-hmm.
My God, why did you not take her? She would have been that actress was horrible in that series. The worst captain in Star Trek
I definitely agree.
But Linda Hamilton in 1994-95 playing Janeway, I could totally see that. That would have been great.
Yeah.
But just like, when they cast Christopher Lloyd as a Cleon, perfect.
Oh, yeah. Perfect.
Another thing I like is the soundtrack.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what? It doesn't work as much on its own. I listen to it in my car, but in the movie, it works really well. Like the main theme is nice to listen to, where I can listen to Predator on its own. Predator is a score that completely works just jamming it in your car.
Yeah.
But it works as the movie too.
It's so perfect soundtrack too they picked.
Yeah. Nick says my dad is a huge Voyager fan, but he's in the minority for sure. The writing of the show is good, Nick. The captain's terrible. The actress. I'm just talking about one person's performance. See, now everyone's looking for her. She's the hot item now.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. One they're trying to save her, the other one's trying to kill her.
I love this movie. I've watched it like 2 or 3 times already this year.
Yeah.
If you did, I'll be asked what's wrong with you.
Well, here's a fun fact for you. Every time I leave work, I play the ending song to this movie. Where she's driving off.
Yeah. Hey, Caleb, you want to listen to some tunes?
It's a little bit of an inside joke on the channel.
Yeah. Ever since that intro.
Look at the police station. It's got griminess to it too.
And there's something about the 80s Los Angeles too,
Yeah.
Yo, mama.
I think one of the things that is really well done that it's not so much. I don't know if I would say it was intentional per se. Maybe it's just the technology at the time, but it's just the gritty feel, and it's something that I noticed that you lose in the sequels is that everything looks so polished and sharp. Like that's one of the big critiques I have about Genesis's future war scene it just looks too Hollywood. It looks too sharp and clean. But the future war that we know, it's always dark and gritty. The characters are dirtied up. That's another critique.
What
I
a real
have
war
on
would
Dark
be.
Fate.
Yeah.
And now this movie's taking a turn now. She's starting to holy shit, this is real. Yeah. Like this is something's happening. And you'll see her look back at the guy in the corner here. She's she's getting paranoid now.
Yeah.
She doesn't know who's after her. She's
only like 3.
Kind of gives a look back here. She's brilliant. She's brilliant in this film, actually.
I'm gonna go watch my show. Okay.
She's like, Dana says that critique you're on, Caleb. That's one that can be applied to the damn sequel trilogy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
hmm
Now
And-
we're not really sure about Reese yet. When you first watch this, you're just, I mean, I guess you can draw a conclusion. Well, he is very human. You could see that. You can see he has PTSD, but who is he? Like, and that's where all this great exposition comes in that we're going to see soon.
We can at least understand what the Terminator is there to do, because with what he's done so far, and that's one of the things I really enjoy about this opening is that the movie goes out of its way to show you the difference between the two characters. You see that one is not affected by the time travel at all, where he just gets up and his head, the way he looks is like a damn security camera. And then the other, he's in pain, he's grunting, he's got scars. You can definitely tell which one is more human and which one is, well, not human.
Yeah, this is great.
Oh, I love this scene.
The View with Drew says, question for everyone: which action movie villain do you like more? T-1000, Hans Gruber, or Agent Smith? I think I'll go with Hans Gruber on this. This because he's so iconic, and I just can't see anyone playing that villain. Like, he was excellent in Die Hard. For me personally,
that is a good question, because I like all three of them.
All three of them are good, man.
Like,
All three
here's the
are
thing.
good.
I would say that the biggest tie for me, like, I would have like a tournament style on my likings. I definitely want to say the T-1000. It's just, I like the dialogue that Hans Gruber and Agent Smith give. As far as dialogue is concerned, I think those two are at odds. They both have really great dialogue.
Hans
T-1000
Gruber
has
for
good
me.
dialogue too, but the T-1000 is more so known for his posture, his body language, the creep factor. Whereas the other two are more so their dialogue is really where their strengths.
There's something about the way Alan Rickman delivers his lines.
Yeah.
Brad Fiedel was a newcomer compared to James Horner and Alan Silvestri, who are master composers for big ticket action flicks. Yeah, Brad Fiedel here did a great job. What about this guy, man? This guy goes up against the he puts up the best fight against the freaking Terminator.
He could have just ran away, but he tries to fight him.
Me bust you up, man.
It doesn't matter how many times you threw him; he just kept coming back.
Well, any other guy, he would have totaled, man.
Yeah.
Like, he's in his underwear too. He's just freaking.
Lucky for Matt, he's a little bit buff.
Yeah.
Right.
Nick says T-1000, but those are great villains.
Yeah.
Daner says Hans Gruber, T-1000, a close second.
Definitely agree.
Yeah.
See, right here is like something out of a horror film, completely.
Yeah, this is horror. Yeah, right.
Like, look at the way it's shot, the slow mo,
and then the music
coming.
And her trying to get away too.
He actually missed his target, because if that was the heart, she'd be dead.
Right.
But I get it. To add dramatic effect, you have to do that sometimes. He wastes her pretty good here, though.
Damn answer machine.
Making sure she's dead. The way Arnold plays this machine is just. Thank you. Got my directions now. Off I go.
And he doesn't have to say anything either. So.
No.
But look at this.
He doesn't know what she looks like, though. He gets to find out what she looks like.
But think about what just happened here, and put yourself in the mindset that this is the first time you're watching this movie. You realize that this guy just shot down this woman looking for Sarah Connor, yet he's now hearing her voice on the phone, and he's not even fazed by the fact he just shot a woman to death.
He's a machine.
But remember, put yourself in the mindset that this is the first time you're seeing this movie, having no knowledge. Yep. Think about what that can do to a person's mind. Like, my God, this guy's
scary. It's scary, man.
Very scary.
And what James Cameron's the fact that artificial intelligence started learning on its own and sending and deciding our fate like this, that's scary.
Yeah.
It's like us doing we're gonna do some road work, right? The highway's broken.
Yeah.
Would you look at an anthill and think of it? No.
Yeah.
No different with this with artificial intelligence looking at us. We were so insignificant.
Yeah.
Right.
It's scary, and that's why it's horror to me. It's scary. That's a scary thought, man.
Because he only has one mission.
But remember this though, Skynet didn't see us as insignificant per se. They saw us as a threat.
Yeah.
The difference
That's true,
between your analogy and with Skynet is that for us, we don't see an anthill as a threat to a roadway. But
That's
with
true.
Skynet, they saw humanity as a threat.
And one thing they would have done, like if we would have saw the war, kind of like they would have got rid of all engineers, software programmers, computer people. They would all been on the hit list first because they would be a huge threat.
Right.
I would think anyway.
Oh, just ducked just as he looked.
I like when in T2 because as a machinist I program CNCs and we can go in and change parameters to how we want. And I like when he goes, "You got to do what I say, don't you?" It's one of my mission parameters. So me and my dad always get a laugh because that's what we do. We change parameters in a machine.
You call a wall a dipshit?
James Cameron said he wanted a lot of slow motion like this to make it feel like a dream state. A lot in this film.
And he's just walking through them too.
He knows what she looks like now. Like he didn't know what she looked like. They didn't know nothing of her. Now we can see why she went off the grid.
And then Reese just has to quickly get over there.
Yeah, he's waiting. He had to wait for him to move in on her because he didn't know who it was. It's brilliant, actually.
Yeah.
Very brilliant.
One of my favorite action scenes ever, man.
Oh yeah.
I love it. It's simple and everything, but
Yeah.
it's so effective. Because of
That's
the
all
build up, like Caleb was saying, there was such a build up to this moment.
That's how it should be.
Watch what Arnold does here, though. This is great. He doesn't care about anyone. Where is she? Where is she? That's all he's
shoot
looking
her.
for.
Just shoots through them.
Right.
Doesn't
Where
care
is she?
who's in
I
front
just
of
need
her.
to find her.
Yeah, he doesn't care if he kills anyone else. Just shoots at her.
And I think not taking anything away from T2, but what I like about this movie is I like more the human against machine. There's something about Reese just being a lone soldier against this machine rather than a machine against the machine, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I know it.
There's
Yeah,
more
I
to
definitely agree.
it. It's more of an underdog story.
Well, I'll give you some food for thought. James Cameron continued this idea in T2. It's just a little bit more elevated, and it's especially elevated for us because we know what the T800 is capable of. But what he did was introduce us to a superior model, that being a T1000, because we know how much more capable a T1000 is compared to the T800. The T800 is a tank, whereas the T1000 could be like a drone, easily maneuverable, and you can see how it's still an underdog story of sorts because the T800 is still vastly outclassed. I mean, yeah, he's a tough SOB on his own, but
Yes,
the T1000 is much more, you know?
Well, that's what makes it so good. I just always preferred, I think, that a lone soldier who is not a machine, who has feelings, who will break down, and
right.
And the intensity Michael Biehn brings here is unmatched. Nobody can play this character like he did.
Yeah, 100% agree.
I've always thought this guy had such intensity in the way he's delivering the line. Like, this is the mother of the future. This is his best friend, his colonel or General Connor, whoever he is. This is his mom, and he grabs her right by the hair, grabs her by the hair, and says, "Do exactly as I say." Like, he's not fucking around. Like, he's some good foreplay, maybe too. for later.
Jesus. Oh yeah, look at that. He loses some of his hair.
Throws him.
I love this guy. Look,
Yeah,
the
but-
smallest cop ever.
And he just smashes him and throws him.
Look at him. He's so brilliant the way he acts. He's never out of character as a machine. He's
Yeah.
Just keeps on coming back too.
Sarah
Yeah,
Connor, she's-
going back to what you said about Michael Biehn playing Kyle, seeing Jai Courtney in the role was a very sour taste.
It
fucking
definitely was.
embarrassing. It was embarrassing.
Now think about this. Think about what Terminator Genesis actually does for the whole franchise, because a lot of the things that people will point out is that, oh, it's overwriting T2. It's like, yeah, that's true, but think about it. It overwrites the entire franchise.
All in
It
one.
gets
yeah.
rid of this great story right here.
Yeah.
And gives us an already capable Sarah Connor. And it was a real bitch slap for me, because when freaking Emma Clark, Sarah Connor, says the Sarah Connor you came for no longer exists, I'm like, I wanted to strangle her. I'm like, you stupid ass. You stupid
None of those
ass.
criminals come close to this film.
It was frustrating. It was frustrating to hear that line. And it was even more frustrating. You want to talk about T3 making John Connor essentially a whiny bitch? They did it worse to Kyle.
They
in
did.
Genesis. Because
Yeah.
think about the context. Think about where Reese just came from in this movie we're watching. And Jai Courtney is supposed to be that same Kyle Reese. He's supposed to be the same one. Yet when he gets there, he says, and I signed up for this shit. What? What?
Yeah.
No!
Oh my goodness.
His
Yeah.
whole fucking existence, his mission, he volunteered to go save Sarah. And you're complaining? You see
Yeah,
Kyle Reese
really.
complaining about, and I signed up for this shit. I get the filmmakers
Yep.
are trying to have like a comedic moment, but that was terrible. That was a terrible creative decision. Disgusting.
100%.
Absolutely disgusting.
This is great. The exposition and keeping the action moving forward.
I
the
love
whole
chase
time.
scenes like this in cars.
They don't make them like this no more, though, Kyle.
No, they don't.
There's
They don't.
smoke coming off the tires. There's gravel. There's
Nothing comes-
screeching.
It's
Yeah, nothing-
raw. It's raw.
Yeah, no car chases come close to the
And
70s and
authentic.
80s chases.
Great. I love all this stuff. The View with Drew says, I would say T-1000 Robert Patrick was absolutely amazing in the role, and the T-1000 as a villain is terrifying, but Hans Gruber is awesome. Love Alan Rickman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess
Absolutely.
it depends on what kind of villain you're looking for at the time.
Yeah, it just depends on
Like
your
if you're
taste.
looking for someone who can give off a really great monologue, then I would say like Hans Gruber. But if you're looking for someone that gives off a general creep factor, just go with the T-1000.
I love his cameo in Wayne's World.
Yeah.
Great. We know what it is now.
Since we're on the subject, they don't make cop movies. They like Dirty Harry, that kind of stuff.
Oh, no. I like the grittiness.
I do
I love
that.
this exposition dump. I love this.
Shot guerrilla style, the street scenes without permits at night. Nice. Yeah, I heard that.
Now notice when he says that these are new, as in when he gets sent back, they must have just recently came across these T-800s.
I always assume because he lost the picture, right? And that was a T-800.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah,
I would say maybe within a year. Could we say maybe?
Yeah,
that's safe. I would say under a year, just for the sake of just to be safe. Yeah.
But you got to understand something. He didn't fight for John Connor until 2027, and John Connor gave him the picture. So it's safe to say the T-800s were out between 27 and 29.
Right.
yeah.
I love this.
absolutely will not stop ever.
I just love that whole.
Oh yeah, it's a great line. He's trying to
That's-
make her understand. Like
Right there, okay, you have to consider the canon of the story for just a moment. Consider both films, okay? You have Reese giving this dialogue about the Terminator not feeling pity or remorse, okay? Then go into T2 and realize, okay, there's something new to it. A switch being flipped that allows the Terminators, the T-800s, to be able to have a greater expansion of knowledge, right? And then you realize that, okay, I know now why you cry, but it's something I can never do. It is symmetrical with what Kyle says in this scene. And then apply that very same logic to Dark Fate and tell me how exactly Carl is supposed to feel bad for Sarah Connor
Carl.
when it can't. He can't. And the canon says so. Because remember, Dark Fate reboots everything past T2. So there's no other stories or side things, nothing else that is that can be considered applicable to the story here. So going based off of the dialogue of the first two films, it literally is breaking canon that Carl says he feels bad for Sarah Connor. Make of that what you will to just judge the quality of the film.
Bacon says, "Hello there."
Hello,
Hey, Bacon.
Hello there.
Now we got a huge plot point or plot twist here.
Yeah. Always love this scene when he's trying to start the car and he's coming in looking for them.
Yeah.
Should I do
Yeah,
it
the
so
whole
quickly
movie.
without...
You know, you're gonna rarely find a film on Rotten Tomatoes that's 100%. This movie is 100% on Rotten
It should
Tomatoes.
be. If anything less, they're idiots.
Right?
I mean,
I'm not talking just them, the audience too. Like it's 100% across the board. This movie.
That's
T2's 92.
92 since it came out in 92. Because I remember when Arnold turned down the Predator sequel to do Terminator 2.
Yeah, did you see his hand where she bit him?
Yeah.
I love how consistent that is. That's on his hand through the whole movie.
Right.
It's a bite mark.
Oh.
Even his fingernails. Look at it. He's dirty. He's real. Cameron had good attention to detail.
Yeah.
Dana is schooling you, Kyle. T2 was released in 91.
No. I think yeah, he is right.
I think you're thinking about Predator 2 was released in. No, wait a minute. No,
it's 90, isn't it?
Because
damn, I can't remember.
Is it the events that's? Well, I'm confused now. We got to check that out.
Got a barcode on him. Identification.
Dannard says that Predator 2 was in 1990. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, he is right. 91. I don't know why I thought 92. Jesus. But still, either way, it's cool that he turned down that Predator sequel to do T2. So.
Now she's just like, what the?
Mm-hmm.
It's cool because it's the last battle. It's a battle across time, right?
Yeah.
Everything hinges on these two guys, or machine guy.
Now, here's the thing. I know that a lot of people have put into question how is it that there could be a sequel to this movie, but I mean it's pretty easy. I think that Cameron was able to come up with a good reason as to how it's possible.
Well, he never intended one. It was Arnold who talked him into writing it. Arnold wanted
Yeah.
to do a T2. James Cameron had no interest in doing a T2.
Yeah.
I'm glad he
basically
convinced them.
so he basically went back and said, "Well, how can I make a sequel?" And we got T2. That's how he wrote it. But
The arm.
but
That was the arm and the chip.
but the first movie is such a closed paradox. It's such
Yeah.
a it's actually it didn't need anything. It just left that nice ending of her riding into the storm, kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why I said 92. I should know it's 91. Yeah, I must have been thinking of something else. Yeah.
I remember when that trailer came out when I was a kid. I was 12 years old, and where Arnold goes, "I'll be back," and his eyes are he's being built in the factory.
Yeah.
He said, "I'm back," or "I'll be back," and fantastic. Hey Jeff, what's going on, brother?
What's going on? Or hello there.
But I don't
Look
mind
at the
Predator
picture.
2
If
either.
you guys look at the picture, you just watch this. Basically, where we're at. I got a kind of a slideshow.
Which
Keep
is
track
smart
of,
to do
where we
that.
are.
Because I know Frank and Darren did that too.
That's where I got the idea, my friend.
I figured.
Full credit to the slaughtered lamb.
That's smart. So what if people want to watch the movie with us? They know where we are and they can find the scene.
It also gives them something to look at. If
Yeah.
you know.
Well entertained.
Hey Kyle, you should recognize this area they're driving in GTA.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes. I do. Me and Carter were there last night when we drove through.
I know.
well,
Exactly where they
watch
are.
how Sarah here stops him. Like he's out to take all the cops out. He's like, look at him.
Yeah, he's gonna try and go Rambo now, huh?
Yeah. Did you see my pictures, Caleb, that I sent you last night?
Yeah, the figures. I'm looking
Yeah.
for that Wolfman. I'm looking for it.
I finally found a store in my city that actually sells NECAs. So
Nice.
I got the Wolfman and I was able to get the Myers and the Loomis one.
Yeah.
I have Terminator here somewhere.
Here, I got you
Yes.
covered. I got a couple different ones, but here's when NECA was first I want to say it was their second run because back in the early 2000s, NECA was releasing Terminator figures, but they didn't have T1 Arnold. But back in the early 2010s, I believe, they started releasing them again. So here's the police shootout.
Oh,
Arnie.
that's awesome. I gotta go back because they got the big werewolf from American Werewolf of London NECA. So,
Yeah.
and Creepshow was there.
I just wish that NECA would release more Terminator figures, though.
They should.
Like,
Yeah.
I want to see.
They do them on anniversaries, right?
Sometimes they do, yeah. They've been doing a lot of T2 figures. That's the one they've done a lot recently. But I want them to release some figures from the first Terminator again. Like give us some remasters or remakes or whatever. Because look at this one. I got Kyle Reese right here. And they've only made one Kyle Reese.
And they need to make a new one.
See, because the problem with these figures is that they don't have bendable legs. They're stiff. That's my only issue. They actually remade this figure for Arnie. I think I have it. But they made it to where his legs can bend and stuff.
Bacon says Rambo versus Predator versus Terminator.
Oh, there
Well,
we
first
go.
and foremost, Rambo has to come out on top. It's just a matter
Yeah.
of how.
How? Yeah.
That's the thing. I can never have Rambo die in any of those scenarios. He can't die because he's Rambo. It's just a matter of getting to that point where he's the last one standing.
Yeah. Plot armor.
Yeah, there you go. Plot armor. That's the best way to put it.
Oh, he's hiding. There he is.
Oh, he's hiding.
Like those VHS tapes you got in your hand.
Yeah, that is awesome.
Hey, there you go.
I love that one.
That's a very cool one.
I want the endoskeleton, which is easy to find. It's just I have to go get it.
For me, it's difficult. Like, the one they made for T2, I think, is better than the one they did for the first Terminator because the one for T2, the original one they did, you can open up his jaw, but for the one for T1 that they made, you can't.
This always pisses me off. He doesn't listen to him. But we lost him now too. So
Yeah, recently.
He plays the character well.
he
Yeah.
does. But unfortunately, his last film was T3 as the Doctor.
You know what though? I actually really like that moment
I do, yeah.
because the moment Arnie turns around, he's like, "Oh shit, here we go again."
Oh no, not again! Fuck
Yeah.
this.
Yeah.
Oh.
So they won the war. That's the thing you got to understand about Skynet too. They got desperate. They would never send things back in time because that could wipe out their own existence, possibly.
Yeah.
In a way, they would never. This was a desperation. This is their last, their backup plan. Essentially, this would have been the backup plan.
Which, by the way, means that whatever Terminator they sent back would have the capability of making sure that Skynet gets created, right?
Logically, if
After
we're talking
fulfilling-
logically, yes, you're
After
right. They probably
fulfilling
would have.
its, like, think about this: the Skynet's main goal is to ultimately ensure its own survival. They do this by eliminating their enemy, and with that obstacle out of the way, they can now ensure their own existence unaffected, right? So, why exactly did that not happen in Dark Fate? That is a big plot hole as well. And it's all surrounding this new T-800 they created to kill John.
Yeah. I love this.
Oh my, yeah.
Stan Winston did a great job on this movie. Now, of course, this head here looks fake to today's standards, but
But you know, it's
never
scary.
bothered
Though.
me. Yeah, it's kind of
scary. Like,
Very
yeah,
scary.
sure, it doesn't look very much like Arnie, but there's something really unnerving about it, you know?
You see the
Let's
way
hear it.
that looks? That's how I envision the T600s with rubber skin.
Right.
Kinda
Yeah.
like that's kind of like what it'd be easy to spot. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Then when he puts his glass, the transition here is kind of
I just love his
I'm back.
response to the landlord or whoever.
I want
it
those
goes,
glasses.
"Fuck you, asshole."
I want those damn glasses. Believe me, I've looked online and I can't ever find them.
And that's another thing. This thing doesn't need rest. It doesn't need sleep.
No.
It just goes. It's going to the station now.
It
He's
uses
I know where they are.
it uses the bed to hide the weapons. That's all the bed's useful for.
I don't need sleep. I'm not sleeping until my mission's done.
Ray gun.
I love the fact that Sarah has a similar scene in T2.
Yeah.
Ray guns, where we heard that before.
I like when he says here, then why am I talking to you? Who's an authority here? Like he's from a time where everything's run by military. There's a rank. There's we have a job to do, and this he's this guy. Who's in charge here? Like Bacon said, we should all play DBD here soon.
We all should,
yeah.
definitely.
I love this.
Why am I authority here?
This is kind of the PTSD too. He's getting agitated badly.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, you would if you were in his position.
I've always wanted to see a Terminator kill like that, where the Terminator reaches down the mouth, pulls the freaking heart out. Like
that
the
would
way he
be
describes.
cool. Yeah,
That'd be very fucking gruesome, I can tell you that.
Yeah.
They-
You want to
they
bring
could be-
horror back?
they could be able to pull it off now.
Bacon says, "What's your thoughts on the Dead by Daylight movie coming out, guys? I know nothing about it." So,
I hope it's good. If you get the right director behind it, you can make it work. But otherwise, it'll just be a generic horror movie like Slender Man, and I don't think we want that again.
No, we don't. And Slender Man can kiss my ass.
Well, he doesn't have
I
any.
mean-
He doesn't have any lips, so he can't really kiss
No.
your ass per se.
I,
Oh,
I
wow.
never,
Oh,
never
smart
bothered
ass.
watching it.
But no, that movie was garbage, and I just hope they do something good with Dead by Daylight. Is all I gotta say. Caleb, when you get into GTA Online, you're gonna see some stuff that I have in the game now. So
Okay.
yeah, I told Carter I'm not poor in the game anymore. And who thought that he would meet Arnold's Terminator 2 too later on?
I had a chance to meet Arnold, but I wasn't able to
What happened?
because his lines were too long,
Oh,
and
yeah.
the one special event that you had to pay for, it was a dinner. Have a dinner with him, but the cost was $1,000.
Jesus.
Yeah, Stallone recently had something like that. Kind of nice. I don't know if you guys have noticed either, but he's growing. He's actually got a 5 o'clock shadow now.
Yeah,
Arnold?
I do notice that. Yeah.
But it works because if it's an organism, the skin and everything,
Mm-hmm.
it would grow hair, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was so anticipated for
Now
this scene.
this scene is unbelievable. The music
Yeah,
going through it.
When I finally got to see this, J-Man, it was just awesome.
Listen, this is what I'm saying. If he didn't have a gun, let's say, all he had was the axe in the fire
slashing.
station, and he was slashing everyone, then I think people would be thinking this is a completely different. It's horror now.
Or just using his
Yeah.
hands, you know what I mean?
But I like how he cuts it. He cuts it every time he shoots. It cuts. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's,
So you
it's
don't see
got
the
this
full
quick
carnage.
pace to it.
Hey, have a good one, Danner. Enjoy your
Yeah,
date night.
Yeah, have a good night, Danner.
See ya, buddy. Thank you for popping in. I appreciate it.
I appreciate you having us on for this, J-Man.
Oh, I didn't want to do this alone.
It's always more
I
fun
can-
with guests, too.
I'll stream alone if I have to, but I try to find a guest for everything.
It's more fun with guests when you do these
Yeah,
kind of
it
things.
is.
Especially if we all share the same love for the same films, right?
What's he do? Knocks the power out. The first thing he does.
Smart.
Honestly,
wondered
though,
how-
I think that would have fried him a bit. Like, logically speaking, like
Always
Yeah,
wondered
maybe a
how big
bit.
this PlayStation PlayStation. What the hell is that? PlayStation was.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Because it took them a while just to get to their area.
Now the captain here, he actually bought Reese's story, and there's a deleted scene where when he's dying and Reese runs by him, he says, "Reese, get her out of here, protect her." That's what he in his dying breath.
really?
That's what he says. Yeah, you watch the deleted scenes on the Blu-ray. There's a lot of deleted scenes in this movie,
I'll have to check
but
that
there's a
out.
reason they
It's on
took him
here.
out. There's a reason they took him out though too. Like it's
You know, the only deleted scene I've watched was the one where Kyle is breaking down crying.
where yeah, she wants to blow up Cyberdyne, and he's like, "That's not my mission. I wasn't sent here to do that."
Yeah.
Just turns around.
So that kind of tells me that James Cameron, his idea of stopping the future was never part of the original idea. The original idea, this how it has to happen.
Yeah.
Not that there's nothing wrong with T2. I love it, but I'm just saying I don't think that was the original intent of the movie.
Right.
Well, I mean, it goes back to what we've already said, which is, or what you said, which is that he never intended to make a T2.
No, he didn't. But I'm glad he did, though.
Oh yeah, it's such a great film.
After seeing this police station out, that's what made me upset when Michael Myers' police station Rampage got cut for 4.
Yeah.
I
Although
love to
there's
see
no
that.
way they would have been able to match the magnitude.
No,
of-
I know, but I just meant, you know what I mean.
No, he's
Yeah.
scanning the rooms. This is
Not to
Arnold
match the
scanning
of
the
this,
rooms.
but it would have been still cool to see Myers do his own thing in the police station.
Yeah.
I love how Arnold walks around the corner here. Like he follows his head, like a machine. What?
Yeah.
Kind of turns like a clock, like a.
Especially when
90
he was getting
degrees.
shot, he just turns around like, you two?
But it just shows how dangerous
Bye, Hoss.
1T800 is. And again, imagine having that kind of fear in a future war setting, right? Where you have a similar situation, but this time maybe you don't have any armed guards and you have a Terminator just walking through the building, hunting people down, killing them,
Yeah.
The storytelling potential is there, yet somehow they can't figure that out.
They sure can't.
He's got a bullet through his hand, and he's completely ignoring it.
It just doesn't phase them.
It doesn't phase him. Let me ask you guys a question. What is your interpretation of John? Not T2. Think of it as if you never watched it. What's your interpretation of John Connor in the future?
Um,
Like, what do you think he's like? Clearly, he'd have to be like Reese and Sarah in a way, right? Because that'd just be genetics. But all he says here is like, you trust him, and he has a strength. But that's fucking vague. If you think about it.
I think he's
Well, look at it this way. Look at how Reese conducts himself as a soldier. You can imagine that he got some of that rubbed off on him from John, right? You think about a military leader. You think about how hard, like a hard ass they could be, but then you think about Sarah right here, where she's concerned about a bullet through the hand, right? Something like that.
Yeah. I think there'd be a lot of vulnerability to John, personally. But I think he would mask it with a lot of toughness, a lot of strength, a lot of very much like Sarah in the second one.
Yeah.
I think you could see him being very much like that.
definitely is similar to that. Yeah.
You fucking nuts. Meet the legend. She's not ready for this fucking information. She's just like, that's not me.
Yeah.
Not yet, in a way. I didn't realize after a while how fast this film goes.
It's got great pacing. That's why.
Yeah, and it just keeps you engaged, so you forget the time.
Pacing is everything, man. Editing.
Yeah.
Editing. Tom McLaughlin said, and funny enough, you interviewed him, Kyle. Huh?
Yeah, and he said the same thing to me.
He said this in his Jason Lives commentary. He said, actors give you reality, editing makes the movie. And I've never forgotten that. Your actors give you reality, editing makes the movie.
Yeah, he said that in my interview too. I'm like, wow.
Yeah. such an underrated filmmaker. He didn't really do a whole lot. Like his repertoire is not like massively big,
No,
but obviously knows film.
I was so blessed to finally get to interview him because I love Part
Yeah, he's a
6.
great guy.
Gave a
And
message.
I love his his idea for a sequel if he would do one.
I can't help you with what you must soon face, except to say that the future is not set. You must be stronger than you think you can be. You must survive, or I can never exist. You know, when Genesis referenced that line, I felt like it was so cheap because, like, remember this. Remember
It was. You're
that
right.
Kyle
Yeah.
said that that John made him memorize it, but the movie literally just throws that in at the last second.
It doesn't hit
notice
you the
that?
same way this did. Yeah.
You notice that though?
This is why I see it. This is the way I see my interpretation of the future. I see John bringing Kyle into like a bunker, like his quarters, so to speak, and going. He doesn't use ranks. He'd say, "Hey, Kyle." He'd talk to like that to all his men. That's the way I think John Connor would be. And he goes, "So tell me, what's the message?" And he'd be like, "Oh, yes, sir." He says that thing, the future's not set, and he goes, "Make sure you remember it every day. Keep memorizing it." Like that's the way I would see them interacting.
Yeah.
Not a last minute shoehorned in before I go
Yeah.
back to the fucking future or the past.
Oh, that was so
Sorry.
stupid, so cheap. Yeah.
Everything was shoehorned in that. You needed a whole movie with that thing, with that stuff.
You did.
I love the music here. This very military.
Yeah.
Just
I love the
yeah.
look of it, the griminess. You know,
That's
they're
why-
living under the ground.
Just like
That-
you guys, I would love to see a full movie just like just this.
Yeah, me too.
Here's another critique I have, and I actually have to ask you this, J Man, because I'm curious as to your thoughts on it. When we see the new Resistance in Dark Fate, we get that one scene where Grace is in the helicopter type vehicle, and we see all their faces and stuff. You compare that to what we're seeing here? Did you ever get the impression that the Resistance that we saw in this new future was like a Resistance at all, or did it seem like they were a bit more organized? Like we see that these guys are organized to an extent, but look at them. They're in a underground bunker. They're barely surviving. I mean,
now I think this
dirty.
is an outpost. I think this is a safety zone.
Mhm.
I think you would have a little bit like there'd be a little bit better computers where John Connor's at, and a little bit. That's the way I see it. But they're eating rats and they're looking at staying warm by old broken TVs, and this is exactly the future. People are moaning and crying, and this is exactly what I would tap into. At least hit on it a bit.
I just love.
You know,
this stuff.
I envision a medical bunker, like they got soldiers coming in and they're putting field dressings on them, and you know, feeding the sick and stuff like that. You know, that's the way I see it. And right here, a really nice way for him to calm down everything he's thinking about. He looks at Sarah's picture.
It's that one glimmer of hope.
Yeah, she represents, you know, and anybody who's been in a war maybe tell you, like, when you don't see a woman for so long, that's the only female person he sees, right?
Right.
So he's falling in love with the idea of Sarah. It's not so much Sarah herself. I think it's the idea of her until he meets her.
And then really, yeah.
This is great.
My point in asking that question is that the Resistance that we see in Dark Fate, I don't get that same gritty, barely surviving feel. They look.
That's just because of that's the times we live in. Everything's so modernized and polished.
Yeah, which
in
I'm sick of.
Hollywood. You'll get the odd filmmaker who'll add a lot of grit to something still, though. So
yeah.
Goes the picture. See what happened with this Terminator? He got made. He didn't come in there to do that. He came in to infiltrate and fight a target. He got made by a dog. That's what happened.
Yeah.
And so he just started terminating everyone.
100%.
More beer. So Kyle, no spoiler alert, please. But what did you think of Evil Dead?
Okay, I'll say it this way: I loved it. It was so darn good, and it's no, there's no boring moments at all. It keeps you engaged, and what they do with it took everything that 2013 was and took it further. So
Nice. I'd like to see it. It won't be for a while though, I'm sure.
But no, you definitely love it.
Fuck you, asshole. Me and my dad, I'd watch this with my dad as a kid. My dad always loved this part, seeing all the phrases he could say.
Yeah.
And he picks "fuck you, asshole."
You know what's
Hey,
really
Caleb.
scary about this scene, though, is that you see the flies on his face.
Yeah.
It's not even phased by it, you know?
He's like, he doesn't even
Yeah,
care.
we'd be
It's
going
on
like
him.
this, right? Fucking fly.
Yeah.
Hey, Caleb, we know what Carter would have said to this guy.
You kidding me? The guy right there would be Carter.
Yeah, and
That old
Carter would.
cigar.
Then Carter would have said something back to him.
I always envision Sarah going back to the cabin and making what do you call it, like a bunker.
Mm-hmm.
So when the blast goes off, it's all safe, and she's stored weapons there for John, because it would be close to LA, something he could use in the future.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like as a backup plan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a wise idea for sure.
I like how Reese is touching the dog as at a habit,
Right.
because wherever he'd go into somewhere, he'd have to let the dog smell him.
I don't know why. I love her 1980s hairstyle.
Yeah.
I can't get over the hairstyle. Like when we were watching The Fog last night, seeing Adrienne Barbeau with that hairstyle, I'm just like, I love it. I love it.
Oh, I love John Carpenter's The Fog.
Her blue jeans too are so dated now.
Yeah.
Is it a thing then?
Hey, Caleb, I can't wait to when you get your figure of her.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh God, if Linda Hamilton ever comes back to one of the Comic Cons up here, I'm not wasting a second. I'm going front line.
yeah.
Like if she's nice enough, if she'll do a little clip of me saying "Welcome to Backtrack Cinema" or something,
Oh,
that'd be awesome, man. Oh man,
Did I ever tell you about the time I met Robert Patrick?
I think so. I think
One of the
you
coolest dudes
mentioned
ever.
him before. He's supposed to be a great dude too.
He is. He's good. He's really good. And I asked him. This is a nice little tidbit for you guys watching as well. I asked him if they ever offered him to come back to the Terminator franchise, would he do it? He said, "Hell yes, I would, and I would make Terminator scary again."
Nice.
There you
Exact
go.
words. That's what he said.
Well, that's the thing. It's not scary no more. People don't look at this as a it's an action franchise, but they need to make the Terminator scary again.
They definitely do. That's what's
There's
missing.
great potential in a girl Terminator, what they could have done with that.
They could have
great.
did something with her.
Great potential. But
They made
Just-
her a T800 T1000 hybrid.
Yeah.
And it was unnecessary because at that point you realize that the T1000 was the end all evolution point for Terminators. You wouldn't need an endoskeleton anymore because the T1000 could flatten itself down to like a liquid. It could go through cracks, you know. I mean that would be perfect. It could get in anywhere. It could pose as anybody, you know. But then you get the TX and it's just it was the start of the over the top bigger is better mindset, if you think about it. Because every Terminator after T2 had to go bigger and better, yet
Yeah.
it still felt the same. Because with the exclusion of Salvation, every Terminator film has a shape-shifting Terminator as the main villain.
I think it's great that he's showing her how to make pipe bombs because
Yeah.
I would imagine John Connor would have instructed him to teach her stuff. Whenever
Yeah.
possible,
100%.
just teach her. Like, just teach her. Teach her how to survive. Like, I think that would have been
Well, they
or something like she's not going to be the person. She's not going to be this legend that you think she is. She's going to be very vulnerable, scared. You know what I mean?
yeah. Well,
Yeah.
think about
Which
it.
Dennis has touched on, but they didn't execute well.
Yeah. Well, think about it. John is imposing bare basic survival instincts onto Kyle, who will then teach it to Sarah, because
Yep.
in the future, resources are obviously going to be scarce. So you have to use what you can. And there you go. You have homemade bombs, essentially. Or improvised home explosives. Something like that. IEDs, the abbreviation is IEDs.
Yeah. I like the women of your time, good fighters. He's like,
I would imagine so.
she's trying to get him in the mood, and he's just not.
Yeah.
He's just like, no.
I know there's scene in Terminator Resistance that's a scene that's similar to this. They recreate that moment.
Yeah, but
Didn't hit the right same notes, but
well,
with the music
Not
in a
necess-
way.
not necessarily. I mean, you have to consider the context of the scene. For
Yeah.
the character of Jacob Rivers and with the character that he's doing it with, I mean, it makes enough sense. They were
Yeah.
trying to hit similar beats with the first Terminator.
Yeah. But the one that came after was totally different.
Well, actually, it'll be the one before that one.
So it's pay attention here,
Oh.
right? He said pain can be controlled. You just disconnect it. So she goes, so you feel nothing. And he says, John Connor just gave me a picture of you once. I don't know why at the time. So when she said, so you feel nothing, I think there's a connection here of that picture with his PTSD.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's something there. It's just very vague.
Yeah.
He kind of fell in love with her through a picture. But once he met her and saw who she really was, but he also thinks this is a big no-no. This is taboo. This is his colonel's freaking mother.
Right.
From his
Yeah, but
point
how
of
did
view. Give him, boy. It's time.
Given.
It's okay. She's saying it's okay.
Yeah, what do you think how your colonel got made in the first place?
Well, that's what I like about it. Most action movies, it's the pause the action.
You're right.
Couple have sex or whatever they do.
It's
But
done
this
as
is
a
part of
cheap
the
gag, if you think about it.
this is a narrative. This is part of it. It's a plot line.
Maybe they're now realizing that this is how John Connor is born.
Yeah. So
Must be kind of strange, though. Like, this is obviously a very important scene, and it's really nice to see where their bond leads. It's just, you got to be thinking, Kyle's like, oh my God, am I really the father of my colonel?
I don't know if he's even thinking that, honestly. I think he's...
Well, you don't know for sure. That's the thing. I mean,
Yeah,
they don't
that's the thing, right?
allude to it, but you have to imagine that it's going through his head at some point. I mean, that's what I would be thinking. That, okay, John Connor never told me who his father was. And then now time travel. I mean, it can get pretty convoluted with time travel, but there is a way to somewhat rationalize what's going on. It's just, it's also pretty confusing if you don't track it properly.
There's another scene they cut here where she's tickling Reese. She's tickling
Yeah.
him to wake him up. He goes, "What are you doing?" He goes, "Tickling you." He goes, "I don't like that." She goes, "You're not supposed to." It's just a nice little moment of them
Yeah.
together that you could iterate in a that could be a I don't know, a flashback or something if someone
Yeah.
were to do a movie or something.
Yeah, I can understand why they cut it.
But it's character stuff. I just
Yeah. Grab Pep all of the truck.
oh, it'll be a while.
No, that's pretty much what it is, Kyle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's what you would do in that situation.
Yeah. I like how the dog's just standing there too.
They also the T800s can run up to 22 miles an hour because they have frictionless bearings in them.
Mm-hmm.
Where their joints go, that's one of this new model. They're frictionless, so they can run up to 22 miles an hour. Which Genesis did an okay job of showing the Terminator running after pops.
Yeah.
Like this Terminator running, they
Right.
showed how fast it was.
Yeah. Maybe you know what I'm thinking though? Sort of a missed opportunity of sorts. Is that they didn't try to preserve the 1984 Terminator's body in Genesis. Like,
Yeah.
if the whole thing was I'm old and obsolete, but then you see his joints freezing up, why didn't they just use his body and put Pop's chips into the new body? You know? It was just an observation I had.
Got to keep in mind too in the future, for me anyway, because I know what carbon and as a machinist, titanium alloy, how rare it is, and when they nuke the world, they can't make Terminators because they don't have the resources.
Mhm.
There's even novels where they got to get the Skynet's got to get it from Australia, bring it over to LA to make these Terminators.
Mhm.
And every time John Connor blows them up, it's a good thing. That's why they use human labor because they don't have the resources to keep making Terminators.
Right.
It's one of the, if we want to look at it like from all those points of view, you know, like all that
Yeah.
information to utilize it.
Yeah.
Right.
Hey, look at that little revolver he's got.
All he has. Oh, and this is where we start getting to see the Terminator, right?
Yeah.
Oh. I like when this truck hits him. Keep coming.
I like how the truck is laying down the horn. Like, just look at it. Even after getting ran over, he's still alive.
Yeah. Which, if anybody else would have been dead at that point.
Well, he's made out of titanium alloy, according to fandom websites and stuff.
Oh,
So
yeah.
that stuff is very lightweight and durable. It's tough, but it's lightweight. He wouldn't be as heavy as you think he is.
Yeah. Hey, you know what would be a really crazy little crossover to do? Imagine if the T800's metal was adamantium, like Wolverine. Just imagine that. This is something I thought about.
I like this. Learning how to drive here. Oh, got the.
I got a truck now.
And Winston did a great job on the makeup.
Oh, he was awesome.
You know, he allowed Jim Cameron to have so much more freedom because he says, you know, I think I could make the endoskeleton for you because it was going to be all stop motion,
Mhm.
and allowed him so much more room to get the close-ups and everything, right?
Right.
That he couldn't do with the stop motion.
That's what I would have loved to see in Stan Winston's Godzilla.
No, I know.
He has a whole school of people who know how to do this stuff. So
Yeah, props to people who can do that stuff.
Yet somehow they still can't get like practical
well, because
skate.
they think that I don't know why they use such a polished look. Because Genesis had a lot of practical effects in it. A lot of that stuff they made practically,
Which,
but it doesn't look like it.
no.
Yeah, I
Like
mean,
when they're
some of
driving
the-
in the Jeep, when they're driving the Terminators,
Yeah.
that's actually they're practical.
Right. I love that part.
Now, Jim Cameron said that they said to make him that this was a pain in the ass blowing this truck up. They screwed it up the first time, so they had to do it twice.
Oh wow.
It's like it's a little model, I think.
Wow.
But they said this was a hard shot to get. Looks good though. It was worth the effort.
Yeah.
Love the fact that the flames fly onto the dumpster and he's in
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
That
got
was
to get out
a-
of there. Look at him. He's just
That was a neat effect. All that shrapnel too.
Yeah.
It's like, look at that. He's still alive.
The shot of his face almost reminds you of H2 Myers when he's on fire.
Yeah,
The way
you're
it was
right.
shot.
Yeah, it's just like it actually, because you get to see that side effect or in the side shot.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a good observation.
The only thing I will say is when he rises out of the fire here, much as I love it, he looks like he's 15 feet tall,
Yeah.
Oh,
where he
yeah.
should only be like 6'2" or something like that.
He just grew after the fire, right?
Yeah, that's always it was the size. I think it's because it was stop motion, that part, and then it goes into the close-ups.
Yeah.
I still don't have a problem with it. I'm just saying it's a bit of a you're not sure how big this thing is. It looks huge, like it's massive. I love the shot though of it. It's great.
Just rising up. Yeah, I see what you mean. It just looks huge.
Yeah, look how big he looks. I know they're kneeling, but holy crap, he looks huge.
Yeah.
I'm
Because
like,
of the
he did-
camera's kind of.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm like,
Such a unique movie, though. It's just
Yeah.
I like the shot of where you see the smoke coming off its back,
yeah.
coming
Mhm.
up here.
Yep, I love that. Yeah.
Right there. Oh, it's great. Add some sound effects there and it feels real.
Yeah.
He's even got that limp still. I like
Mm-hmm.
limping, you know.
And then still trying to run away from him.
It looks 8 feet tall.
Yeah.
And it's supposed to be like I don't. If that skin is going over it, it should be the same size.
Yeah.
Good
You'd
old
think.
1984 machines. Oh yeah. But nook control.
Always love the colors of the screens.
I still work with CNCs that are from 1985.
You do?
Oh, kidding.
Wow.
Yeah, I program them. Machines not so much like this.
Yeah.
This is where her strength comes out. It's great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you only see it in full frame and stop motion.
Yeah.
They actually made a half a torso and someone was wearing it, like holding
Wow.
it. Yeah, they did.
I would love to see that stuff happen in person. See how it's done.
Getting other machines here. What's going on?
What's all these machines? All those red eyes, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, those eyes, those horrible yellow eyes.
You guys notice how it's moving? You know, Arnold was moving the same way. That's what I love about it. Like, there's a real consistency with everything.
Yeah, which is good. So it still feels like it's his Terminator coming at them.
Something I've always wanted to see is the Protector Terminator being without all the skin and stuff. Be kind of a weird shot, but it's always something I wanted to see. Because we've seen the villain look like that, but we don't see the Protector. You know what I mean?
Right.
Now, I suppose because it lost all its skin, it doesn't have a tongue or anything no more, so it can't talk. It can't
Unless you watch Salvation. Remember the T-800 in that one spoke the voice, like it mimicked Kyle's voice?
Yeah, see, I'm not sure if they can talk or not. Like, that's something I'm not sure of.
Yeah.
Because it's not talking, but why would it? Why would it need to talk, right?
It doesn't need to.
Looking at Dark Fate for that.
Oh, yeah.
You're right.
I love this.
Hey, okay, look, I got a question for you, and this is including you, J-Man. Would it be weird for the Terminator to just start talking, saying, "Give up. Give me the girl now"?
It would be weird. That would just ruin it.
Imagine if the Terminator right here starts monologuing, saying, "Give me Sarah Connor now."
That would
why though? It wouldn't.
You're right. It wouldn't.
Won't.
Why in the world would it do it? It's an unstoppable killing machine with one mission: to eliminate its target.
Yeah.
Now I do realize that there is a lot of holes with the movie.
I just couldn't see him talking in this scene. Holy moly.
I don't know. There's a reason why I'm pointing this out specifically.
It would look cheesy back then. It would have looked very out of place.
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't think that ever. I
Oh,
don't know.
believe me, it's definitely cheesy, and it's especially cheesy in a later sequel that decided to do that very thing.
Right.
I'm sorry. I'm taking pot shots at that particular film because I'm not happy.
Kind of a sad ending here, though.
Yeah,
it does have a sad ending because Kyle. He did it, man. He went right to the end.
And he did complete his mission. He made sure she survived at least.
But you know what? I wonder what killed him, though. That's the one thing that I couldn't figure out was what exactly killed him.
I think it was the blast. I think he was dying already.
Yeah,
he was dying because of the shot.
I always wondered that too because he went down the stairs and it blew up.
I thought maybe he broke his neck on the fall. That's what I initially thought, but you don't really know.
See, another horror trope here. Another classic jump scare.
Yeah.
That's not over. Done really well, though.
Yeah.
Classic
That's scary right there. He's just crawling.
And fast, too.
Now, obviously, in order to get this moment to happen properly, you need to make sure that Sarah couldn't move very fast either. So, adding to the tension to make the scene work.
Yeah, that's why she got a thing in her leg.
Right.
It's all
detailed.
All shit you got to iron out, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, really.
Oh, that was a great shot there. I like that.
Yeah.
He moved like this and he went like that.
Yeah.
He's on the conveyor belt now.
I like this part too, where it has a close up of his face.
Yeah,
that's like a really nice polished shot of the skeleton.
I always love that too.
You know, it'd be great if someone was backing up to a closet, like in Halloween.
Yeah.
Backing up, and in the doorway you just saw the red eyes.
Ooh.
That
yeah.
you could do a really nice shot like that.
Yeah.
It could be in human form too, like have the skin. Just put the red eyes just to show the audience, or you
Yeah.
dim the lights like in Halloween.
Right.
You have it slowly come into view, and there's the Terminator. They
And
do a
then
lot
it's-
of shit like that.
I love too that she's still there and he still can grab her, but through the thing.
One of the greatest lines ever, too.
Just trying to touch the button. And it just comes down on him. I always
That
love
would
that
do it too. That
electricity
would crush that shit like nothing.
Yeah. I always love the electricity effect after.
And now, from John Connor's point of view, the moment he sent Reese back, it would have happened instantaneously. Like he would still be there, right? Like,
Yeah.
Right.
And
like,
right there,
here's something in T2 you got to remember. They destroyed everything, but Arnold took his own arm off, and they never end up destroying that.
Yeah.
that is true. The only difference is though that it got caught up in the gears. So yeah, there might have been fragments, but it's not like this right here where the arm is intact. But see, here's the thing, okay? With Dark Fate, they don't explain any of this. In T2, we understand that, well, guess what? Judgment Day happens because they found the arm and the chip. But with Dark Fate, we don't get that. And even if we got that, they still don't end up calling it Skynet anyway. But it is Skynet.
No, there's a deleted scene. That building she was in, that was Cyberdyne Systems.
No kidding.
The deleted scene tells you that. That was Cyberdyne, that place.
So that's how they got the arm.
Ironic.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You know, when I see T2, I always wondered where they got the picture of her until I seen this scene.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the picture.
The
picture is so pivotal because that's how Reese falls in love with Sarah.
Right.
It has to be there. Like,
I always love this ending because she just goes into the down the road and it's thundering and the theme kicks in.
Yeah, and they had no permits, and the cops came up that day and they said, "What are you doing?" They had to make up a lie. They said, "Well, our son is filming. We're helping him film a school project." Like, this was guerrilla filmmaking. They had no permits for some of this stuff.
Yeah, they
Jimmy
didn't.
Cameron lied and everything like that. Got the shot with the Jeep going into the storm because he really wanted that last shot.
Here it is, J-Man. Sarah Connor tapes.
She would have done like hundreds of recordings too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. All those old cameras that just instant cameras.
There's also T-800s I read that are just infiltrators, and they mask them as children who are just there to observe and send information back to Skynet.
Oh, okay.
Like this kid, kind of like an infiltrator who just observes and sends all the information back to Skynet. Like in the future, I mean, like,
yeah,
right.
So no one suspects them because they're children.
What did he say? I know.
And it's great. Kyle was looking at this picture and she was thinking of him. So he was already predetermined to love her.
Yeah.
Like in this, it would have been he would have had feelings for her, but he wouldn't know why. Because it's all like a predestination, so to speak, predetermined.
So darn
Storm
good.
coming in.
I
Love that shot. And then we
That's
go
it,
from
everyone. That's Terminator 1.
Oh, that was awesome. Watch the first one.
I gotta
Love that.
Okay, I'm just gonna get Terminator 2 ready here.
I'm just gonna use the wash real quick, then put in Monday.
No, we're gonna have I'm gonna have an intermission and everything. I got about a 5-minute.
Oh, okay.
5 minutes, all right.
Yeah, that's
So
fine.
you'll just see
Oh,
a
yeah.
blank chair, everyone.
Oh yeah, that'll give me enough time to do that anyway.
I'm gonna go P2. So I'm just gonna get set up here. Okay, there's my star. I'm good. I know there's 2 people at least watching still, so we're gonna have an intermission, guys. I'm gonna put my intermission thing on. It's about 5 minutes, so I'll be back. We'll all be back, and we'll watch T2. We'll T2, and we'll have a blast for
Oh yeah.
sure. All right.
All righty.
See you guys in a few more minutes.
Okay.
Where's our son, Sarah? He took him away from me. He's the target now. He's all alone. You have to protect him. You tell me how I'm supposed to do that. He doesn't even believe me anymore. I've lost him.
The delusional architecture is fairly unique. She believes that a machine called the Terminator was sent back through time to kill her.
That her? Yes. She's pretty cool, huh?
Morning, Sarah.
No, she's a complete psycho.
These were taken by a video surveillance camera at the West Highland Police Station in 1984.
These were taken at a mall in Reseda today.
Three billion human lives ended on August 29th, 1997. The survivors of the nuclear fire called the war Judgment Day.
You're strong, Sarah. Stronger than you ever thought you could be.
You don't know what it's like to try to kill one of these things.
Remember the message?
You're already dead, everybody! Hit of you! You're dead already!
The future is not set.
You cannot risk yourself even for me, do you understand? You're too important!
There is no fate but what we make for ourselves.
Stay down!
Aren't we changing things? I mean, right now, changing the way it goes.
Get out of the way, John! Shoot!
Hey everyone, we're back. We're back. Little intermission entertainment for everyone. Now I have to call up the the slideshow, everyone, before we get going. Which one is it? I can't show it. It's too big.
Too big. Damn.
I'll know that enough. I can only do 50 megabytes. It's too big. Oh, we'll have to do this old school, I guess. It's all right. There we go. So it has to be done, I guess. I'll know that for next time. Less pictures, I guess. I need next time. Or I could have downloaded it in a smaller file. That's all. I didn't realize that. That's okay. That's okay. We'll get going. Anyone else who's watching, we're going to start going in like 5 seconds. So I hope you guys have enjoyed the show so far. I'm having a blast.
Oh, yeah. Same here.
Got some pizza. I'm good. All right, guys, let's count down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, play.
Here we go.
This is definitely a fantastic. Like, is there a better 1-2 punch in a franchise? You're to watch 2 movies back to back. Like, even Alien and Aliens, I don't think is as good as this. Like, I like Aliens more than T2, but I don't like the Alien and Aliens more than T1 and T2. This might be the best, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is definitely the best one. 1 and 2. This is the one I usually when I watched a lot as a kid, so I'm excited for this.
Maybe Star Wars and Empire Strikes Back would be
not for me, but I get it. I get it. Well, that's why I put a poll up. I put like The Thing and The Fly final chapter and Jason Lives. That's a nice back to back to watch.
Either of those movies would have been cool to watch, but this is awesome.
And I was in a Terminator mood. I was hoping this would win, and it did. That's what everyone.
Yeah.
And probably one of the best openings ever in a movie.
Yeah, this opening right here.
The opening scene. Of
Look
course,
at that,
you got James Cameron with a lot more experience now and a lot more money.
Yeah.
I love all this destroyed stuff they're showing right now. Everything.
Like the skulls look more realistic too.
Yeah.
Than the first one.
Yeah, this looks fantastic.
Oh yeah.
There's a lot of good monologues in this. I like hearing Sarah's voice through the whole thing. Like,
yeah.
Telling the story.
So darn good. I love the sound effects, the shooting.
Yeah.
That you hear.
Well, this whole battle sequence, I bet you chewed up a lot of the budget.
Yeah. I would say
But
so.
it was worth it though.
Yeah. There's this plasma rifle he finally got.
Mhm.
And then flying things flying around.
Yeah, this is great.
Seeing the T-800s in battle.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
The resistance here with proper weapons now.
right.
So darn good.
They wear like a safety glass, eh? They wear like goggles.
Yeah.
The soldiers.
Yeah.
Look at that shot there, all in the air and fantastic. Great action sequence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This looks already better than all the other Terminator sequels.
It still has that dark and gritty feel.
Yeah, which
It
the other
has
one-
more character to it compared
which
to
the
the
sequels are
sequels.
missing. Yeah.
We get like adult John.
Who was
Now
the
this
guy
act-
that played adult John?
I can't remember his name, but he's actually in fan films as old John Connor.
Yeah.
Oh,
They've
okay.
actually hired him in a couple of fan films.
I think that's pretty neat that he was willing to do that.
I think it's cool that he's very medium build. He's just normal,
Yeah.
That's how I would picture it too.
right?
I love this opening.
He's got a 4-star general on him. Like,
Yeah.
I also love these opening credits too. Yeah.
oh yeah.
And you know the score has been improved.
I'm glad that Brad Fidel came back.
Yeah, he did a great job on this one.
I
I'd
love
like to
that.
get
You
the
know,
vinyl for this.
I love how T1, T2 has their own different theme, but they're similar.
Yeah.
Look at that! Everything just caught on fire.
See that you get a vague John Connor. You get to see him. You know, he's staring down the machines, kind of. He's staring down the battle.
Yeah.
He almost looks like he's stern and tough, which he would be. But I also think there'd be a very because he wasn't raised in military. He was raised as a rogue kind of.
Right.
His mom learning what she could and teaching him.
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't see John Connor as someone who calls people has this strict discipline.
Yeah.
I think that there would be people like that because the survivors would have been military people.
Right.
But I think John would have been a lot more of a people person.
Yeah.
I love the fact
That's
that
that's how I envision him anyway. Like
right. I love the fact they got Stan Winston to come back again. So.
Yeah.
And this was my introduction to Edward Furlong before I seen him in American X.
Oh, I thought this was his first movie. It said introducing Edward Furlong.
It's just
This was
that
his first.
it just of course, you remember I was born after this, right? So when I seen this, it's my first movie of his.
I forget how young you guys are. I appreciate the time I grew up in, like looking in the paper at 6 years old and seeing the Back to the Futures playing in the theaters.
Yeah.
Just and
Oh,
seeing
this,
that car go into the past the first time, what that looked like it was just amazing to watch.
this bar scene coming up is one of my favorites of this movie.
This is where it chose the comedy really well. Whereas
Yeah.
T3, they thought, oh, let's just be funny, but they weren't just being funny. It was
Right.
Arnold's performance and the way he told that line.
And he
Yeah,
doesn't
well
need to
done.
say anything. He just takes the glasses and the shotgun from him.
I like the blue lighting he got in this movie.
Yeah.
Now there's a scene, and I forgot to mention this in the first movie, in the script, John Connor sent 2 soldiers back.
Really?
2, not just, but the other guy appeared, or what's the word, materialized under the concrete pavement.
Oh,
Yeah, so he didn't make it.
interesting.
So I don't know what the point of that was really, but I think maybe John Connor had to show that he couldn't favor Reese. He had to make it look like it was keep a distance and make it look like I'm not favoring this guy. He volunteered. He wanted to go.
Yeah.
Lots of stuff you could unlock in the future. There's lots of stories you could tell.
Right. The girls are loving it. The guys are like, what the fuck?
I like the one girl who nods at him.
Yeah.
My wife always gets a kick out of this scene.
Especially when he tries to use the scar on him, it's not doing anything.
This girl.
I love his reaction. He's just like, "What? I'm burning you, and you're not even reacting."
These are
Oh,
bikers. They're not exactly the nicest guys, and they're not pussies.
got to
They're
say
tough
please.
dudes.
They weren't afraid of him.
He just threw 2 guys across the room, and you're trying to fight him. Like,
For some reason, I'm just a few seconds behind you.
That's all right.
It always made me laugh though, when he does land on the thing and he starts when he starts burning. Ooh. And one of the best scenes that they use bad to the bone too.
right.
Lands on the hot stove. That's never good.
Yeah.
Need your clue. Take it.
Hey, you see the guy in the car on the left? He's still there. I love that shotgun, by the way.
Was
I
that
don't
the
know about
shotgun you were telling me for Resident Evil 4?
Yeah, that's the same one.
Oh, okay, cool.
Is he outside already?
Yeah.
Are you?
Yeah.
Crap, you're ahead.
Yeah, he's.
Where are you at? Where are you guys at?
I'm just at bad to the bone.
I'm just at
I'm
where
at
he's
10
pointing
minutes.
the gun at him. I'm just at where he's
Okay.
pointing the gun at him.
Just let me know when he starts walking up to the fat guy.
He's starting to walk up to him now.
Oh, then I'm behind. Let me catch up a bit. Hold on.
Okay. I'll pause it. And mine's just when he just points.
Okay, he's ready to take the gun. Is that where we're at?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I'm better now.
He
I
just
don't know
took
why I'm
the picture of
behind,
him.
but
He's like, he's not gonna hurt you. He just wants the glasses.
he just took the glasses for me right now.
Yep, for me too.
Okay. All right. We're good. That was easy.
There you go.
They just wanted to capture that original look again. That's
Yeah.
they want to take you back to someplace familiar again.
Yeah.
That's why it pissed me off in 3 when he put on the red ones.
It's also
And
setting a tone when you're playing Bad to the Bone. You know what you're going in for now. This ain't gonna be like a dark tone.
And of course, he's
Although it
driving
has some dark stuff in it. But
Yeah.
and of course, he's driving an upgradable bike in the first one.
Yep.
And then we get introduced to Robert Patrick.
He was great in this.
Now that I'm looking back at it, I could not see Billy Idol doing this.
I could in a way. I mean, remember the guy in Karate Kid? Who looks like Billy Idol, the guy with the white hair?
Yeah.
Kind of, just a normal guy, kind of has the dark stare to him. But Robert Patrick brought his own unique take to this. And he's a lot more he's got a lot more personality. That's what I like about him. He can blend in a lot. And you actually see this Terminator infiltrating.
Yeah.
That's one thing you really see. You really see an infiltration unit.
Right.
At work.
The way he looks around too is a lot more smooth, not robotic.
Yeah.
The fact that he's a cop, that's deadly.
Perfect. Yeah. How many memes they have made with the foster parents?
Yeah.
Now this lady here is Vasquez in Aliens.
Yep, Jeanette
That's
Goldstein.
Right.
Yep.
Wow, yeah.
She's a great actress. I like the Guns N' Roses soundtrack too.
Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, me and Carter met that guy, the redhead kid.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. Mhm.
And how was that?
That was pretty good. Although Carter will tell you we were really pissed off because at that convention it was supposed to be Edward Furlong and the redhead guy.
But
he had to cancel because he was going for Dark Fate.
Oh, that's stupid ass camera. Jesus. It's not my mother, Todd.
In the Terminator script I'm trying to write, I've brought him back, the redhead.
Oh yeah?
So he's in the future. His name's Tim in this. But I gave him a last name because there's no last name for him. But he's been fun to write kind of and go what he would be like and stuff like that.
Right.
But I thought I'd bring him back because it kind of nice nostalgic reasons.
Damn, look how jacked she is. I love it.
Yeah.
Imagine what she sacrificed to get herself there, though. Like, John says she was with some bad dudes. Sarah Connor was probably raped. She probably slept with guys just so she could learn how to kickbox or how to do this, or like the sacrifice she did. Like, literally the mother of the future. Like,
right.
But she has serious PTSD because she's got a glimpse into the future. And she just can't rest. She has to change. She wants to change future because it's driving her crazy.
Yeah.
It was so different in this.
Yeah.
That's what I love about it. I said just kneecapping. She says killed you.
I like how she's just staring right back at them. Like they're all looking at her like a lab rat.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Here's a nice little fun fact for you. In the Sarah Connor Chronicles, they actually bring Dr. Silberman back.
Really?
Oh,
He's played by a different actor, but it's interesting what they do with his character. I'll say it's poetic and put it to you that
Oh,
way.
okay. I just love how he says that.
you wouldn't even think he's a machine. He's a
He's just
That's
a
what I
normal
mean.
cop from the store.
Look how much more he articulates his facial expressions. How he closes his eyes and is like, "You have a photograph of John?"
He just looks like a normal cop come to your door.
He looks human, and that's
Very human.
that's the point of the infiltrator. That's why he's the ultimate Terminator, really, the ultimate infiltration unit.
100%.
See, it almost looks like Arnold is the bad guy still.
Right.
Yeah.
Now
I've been watching this movie for so long, I can't remember if I got sucked into that or not. Like,
well, I'll tell you what. If you watch the trailer for the movie, you would have been spoiled because it spoils the twist.
Yeah, it does.
yeah, that's unfortunate. See, they were even doing that back then.
Yeah.
That was Salvation's problem. They gave away Marcus in the trailer. That should have been like the
It's just, yeah.
that should have been the twist. Like they're like, oh, he's a machine. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. I was so disappointed that happened.
I mind you, there's other things I don't like that I think Kyle Reese is characterized wrong and John Connor's characterized wrong in a lot of ways. But I'm just saying they could have left that,
Yeah.
like, hid that.
It's amazing that picture eventually gets to Kyle Reese years later.
Well, there's a deleted scene in this. I sent it to Kyle, actually. John has hidden in a wall in his bedroom that the T-1000 finds of all the tapes from Mom. It's called Tapes from Mom. Messages from Mom.
Yeah.
I have a cut of the movie that incorporates that scene into the film.
The only thing from the theatrical that we'll miss of seeing the Kyle Reese cameo.
Well, that and the chip removal.
Right.
Those are actually important stuff. I'm surprised they cut it.
They shouldn't have.
I could have done without Arnold smiling as the Terminator. Like, that was kind of like just, you can see why they cut it.
And then that cringy smile he did in Genesis.
You know, wait, so you're telling me that in T2 here, they actually cut the smile? The
Yeah.
smile part?
That was an extended scene.
Yeah.
Let me put it to you this way. I've been watching the special edition for
so long?
over 10 years.
That's what I
10
was
years
thinking.
that I can remember. I've watched only that cut of the movie.
I don't think I own it. I have to get it.
I own both, so I was able to switch back to the
I just
theatrical.
thought it'd be easier if everyone watched the theatrical cut. But I do know the scenes, though.
Yeah. Yeah, mine
This is
came
a
with
great
both cuts.
performance. She did a great performance in this movie.
Now, keep in mind that at this time period, it's 1995. So it's
94.
2 years. I thought it was 95.
It was
No,
95.
I think it's 94 because John's 10. If 84, he'd have to be 10 years old.
It always said 95 though.
Oh, then I always thought it was 94. Because he says in 3 years from now, Dyson will make an evolutionary microprocessor. He says 3
Yeah, you're
years.
right.
That would make it 97. Well, we'll see when that scene comes up, though. And John Connor's 10. It was May. It was May when Reese showed up, May 12th. So if he knocked her up, she would have had John in February of 85.
Yeah, when I'm searching up, it says 1995 Los Angeles.
Well,
So,
I guess maybe it is 95.
yeah.
If you're right, he'd have to be. I guess you're right.
He should have just let her out because now she's gonna be broken out the hard way.
She's not really pissed that
No.
he's on to her. That's not what she's pissed about. Is that she can't even make a phone call to John. That's what she freaks out about.
Yeah.
Right.
Because he does it so smugly and says, "No, I'm not going to let you make a phone
I
call."
would
To
have
him.
just killed them.
That's where she freaks out. He's smarter than that, though. He's not going to fall for that.
Yeah.
What do you need cameras for?
Research.
Oh, right, yeah. Look at this outdated technology we could be taking shots to.
Here we are, Skynet's being built as we speak.
Yeah. Hey, pick up the trash, dumbass. It.
Hey, there's Pepsi in here. You could really bug Carter about Pepsi, Caleb.
Yeah. I'm sure he's already noticed.
Yep.
These are inside jokes I'm not understanding. I am not understanding this reference.
I'll give you a little bit of a history lesson. Give me a moment.
All the things Caleb have done with Carter with Pepsi.
So, Carter doesn't like Pepsi at all. He refers to it as watered down Coke. And here's a fun little thing. So, back in the late 90s, early 2000s, Pepsi came out with a mascot for their product. They called him Pepsi Man. Now, the funny thing is, they made a video game about him, and the way he runs, he looks like the T-1000. Like, Pepsi Man is literally like all silver, and he's got the Pepsi logo. He looks like the T-1000 without all the detail. That's a nice little Terminator thing. But I always bug Carter with Pepsi Man. I give him a lot of Pepsi Man jokes and anything with Pepsi. And Danner's even gotten in on the action too. So, but that's one of the little inside things.
I can just see Carter as our own Terminator with glasses taking on Pepsi.
I think that's a feature skit idea. I just got to find a Pepsi Man costume.
Yeah.
Yeah, she pleads to him here, right? It's when she starts pleading.
Afraid not, dumbass. Not even a phone call. How stupid.
Yeah. Very stupid. It's not like she's breaking out.
In 6 months, he'll be dead, dummy.
You should just listen to her.
She's awesome, man. I love Sarah Connor.
Yeah.
Once Caleb's done that review, I talk a bit about just write a good character. You don't need to push female characters all the time. There's great female characters. Just write a good one.
Yeah.
Don't give a female character just because she's female. Write a good female character, and we'll latch on to her.
Don't promote your female character as a strong female character. That's one of the mistakes that the marketing does. Is that they give us we're watching it right now in real time. You have a strong female character, but they didn't market it as this is going to be the character that breaks the glass ceiling. It's like your glass ceiling has already been broke several hundred times in the 80s, late 70s, or early 80s, and beyond. You're not breaking any new ground. I don't want to go on a warm pop culture rant here. I gotta control myself.
You could that little redhead. You could almost assume that's Catherine Brewster.
You could.
You could.
You know what
yeah.
I mean? You could extrapolate that in your own way if you want.
You know, we
And
had
John's probably never done this. Played video games with friends, and he's just kind of soaking up a regular life as a child.
our mall used to have a same arcade like that, similar.
I used to play Street Fighter on my lunch break with some friends every now and then. That's how old.
Yeah,
that's how far I go back.
Yeah, our arcade had that too. That's how I got into it.
I started high school in '94.
Jeez, I was just born then. For fun.
That's right. I told you I'm an old ass.
Yeah,
old.
94 had a good movie year too, though.
The fucking Crow, man.
Oh yeah, and then Wes Craven's New Nightmare, and I think
Shawshank Redemption. It was a killer year.
Look, I'm just enjoying Robert Patrick's acting here. Like the way he's asking for if you've seen John Connor,
and he's not killing anyone. That would give him away.
Yeah.
He wouldn't have he's a cop. He can't just kill people.
You can't just what?
It's at this point that you know that there's something wrong.
Yeah.
Knocking kids over now.
Yeah.
He found his target. Get out of my way.
There. Did you see the picture? John Connor's picture flew away. When
Oh
like
shit!
Yeah.
Oh damn!
So if you're talking the future, I'm thinking that his redhead buddy picks it up.
Yeah.
Keeps it.
Oh, you could say that.
I always love this action sequence here.
Same here. And poor janitor, or whatever this guy is.
And when I saw this for the first time in 1991, my dad and I we were blown by the effects. We couldn't believe it. We were just like, the effects are unreal. Like we couldn't believe how good they looked.
I always laugh how this guy gets shot here.
Yeah, the way it just like bobbles around. That's
He's hitting a trash can.
I love the effects too. The big bullet, it just opens and it slowly.
Yeah, he's liquid metal, right?
Yeah. And then they're tangled with the shotgun.
Ashley gets up.
Yeah.
It's a great sequence.
And it throws him through glass.
There's fan service of his own movie.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Throws him through the window. Me and my brother always loved because his ear stuck off T1000.
Yeah,
I always loved the way we always tried to run like the T1000. We'd be like,
if you could run like him, yeah.
With some practice, you can.
Must have got a good stunt driver for Edward Furlong here.
Yeah.
The way he grabs the truck.
The problem with James Cameron said is that because it took so long to film the movie, Edward Furlong went through puberty and his voice changed. And so they had to go in after to the editing and change the pitch of his voice a bit. So it wasn't as deep because his voice changed during the filming of the movie.
Yeah.
Because it took a long time to film, right?
Yeah.
Right.
You could see why. I mean, this movie's like elaborate, man. Like this, the action sequences here are just
Another amazing chase scene.
my only regret is I never saw this in the theater.
Oh,
Not on home video.
Yeah.
I wish I would have saw this in the theater.
It was so cool to see Rod Patrick return to this area for a little documentary.
Yeah.
He's coming, kid. Arnold looks so natural on a bike.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jeff says Furlong had an amazing career. Laugh a lot. I think that, if I was to defend Dark Fate in just a little bit, I would say if you look at Edward Furlong now, he doesn't exactly look like the future of the Resistance.
Yeah.
So to do a future movie with him, I'm saying it's not. But that's not what they were doing anyway. So, you know what? That I'm not defending Dark Fate. I'm just saying to do a future movie, you'd have to recast them.
Maybe. I mean, look. Though this is what you do, because actors have to get in shape for a role. There is a way to do it. You just got to get Edward Furlong to get in shape. I mean, shit, dude. If they get Arnold, obviously, he's a bodybuilder, so that's already kind of a given. But get Sarah Connor to actually get ripped for this role. You can do it for Edward Furlong. There's no real excuse. If he wants to come back to the character and he's ready and dedicated to get into the shape for it, you can do it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. God, I mean, I remember Brad Pitt for Troy. He was paying like $5,000 a day for a personal trainer because he had to get big fast.
Yeah.
Right? And they put him on a plan and everything like that.
Look at Hugh Jackman. What he had to do just to stay bulk for Wolverine.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I know Edward Furlong he got into the drugs early on.
Yeah.
I think he's I saw him in a movie he was pretty good in though. It's a straight to DVD movie. Assault on Wall Street, it's called. And he plays the main character's kind of friend.
Yeah.
I know he's doing a horror film with Shelley Duvall in it. So.
Oh yeah, I want to see that. The wolf one?
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to see that. I interviewed one of the girls who's involved in that. Like on my old channel.
Oh, did you? Cool.
Yeah.
I love that shotgun.
He points the shotgun and all it is just a wheel that comes out.
Danner says I'm terminating my liver and brain tonight. Hooray for Jägermeister.
Jägermeister. Danner, don't drink yourself to death, bro.
Danner always freaking makes me think of food because he's always posting food things on his Facebook all the time.
Yeah.
That looks great still, man.
How you just liquid coming out.
It's irritating that the special effects somehow have gotten worse since this movie for the franchise. Like when the John Connor Terminator shape shifts, it looks like crap. When the TX shape shifts, it looks like crap.
2 years later, Jurassic Park comes out and paves the way for CGI, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And the way Spielberg masked the T-Rex made it rain, put it in the dark a lot for the CGI stuff because he says it looked distracting in the light.
Right.
So brilliant way to do it. Hide the mistakes, hide the imperfections.
I love the original Jurassic Park.
Oh, I just watched it like a week ago with the wife, and it still holds up really well.
Yeah. Unlike Jurassic World, all of them.
I don't think I've seen that one. I saw the fourth one. I haven't seen anything after. Danner says, I love food. So do I, buddy.
To quote Danner and Jeff Goldblum, well, Ian Malcolm, Jurassic World, not a fan.
Yeah.
Danner can tell you that himself, though.
You do. Okay, that would make this 1994. 2004, 2014, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. Because it's 2029, he sends them back. Neither here or there. That's like that big argument people have of when Friday the 13th takes place, the original.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Some people's like 79, some people's 80. It's
Well, it came out at 80, but it's saying 79.
Yeah. Right there, he has a heart. Doesn't want to see anyone die.
Yeah.
Right. This is where the meme comes from for the foster parents.
Yeah.
When he gets stabbed with the milk carton?
Yeah, because they always make a joke. They said something about is your mama, your foster mom horror fan? He said yeah, and he says what's your favorite one? He's like Rob Zombie's how your foster parents is dead. But the milk carton, though, that shocked me when I first seen him. Whoa.
This is perfect. He's infiltrating. You see this? Yeah. He infiltrated the Connor house.
Yeah.
Or whoever.
Even going as far as to cut the damn vegetables too.
Yeah, trying to act like her, imitate anything he touches.
Your foster parents are dead.
I'm surprised he fell for that. This Terminator fell for that.
Yeah.
And the Wolfie thing, you know what I mean?
But you know what? It just shows that the infiltrators can make mistakes too. They're not perfect. They're really
that looks
good.
So good still. That looks so good still.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, right through the mouth and everything. Jeez.
I like how it goes back into a hand here.
Yeah.
I always love that effect.
Yeah.
Some more exposition.
See, this is what I meant. This is what I meant when I seen this scene. I was so hyped for one.
Yeah.
I'll explain it. There's a Subway in the back cup. I just realized there was one.
Oh yeah, look at that.
First time I ever noticed. After watching this many times.
You know what? It's right here where you think Dr. Silver might think, maybe I should have given Sarah that phone call, huh?
And he still doesn't.
Now, she's infiltrating in her own way. That's
Yeah.
what's kind of cool right here.
She's playing possum in a way.
Playing possum to get out of there.
And yet,
She knows what's going on.
but still, he should have heard all that. Like, come on.
Shit, he should be extra concerned considering that he was at that very same police station and dodged death. He walked right past it.
Yeah, he was there that night.
Look how the Terminator's just looking around. I love that.
I just love the relationship.
You're
between
right,
these
Caleb. You're right. The way he's looking out for threats. You know what I mean? He's protecting John.
two. While listening to him, yeah.
Well, because he can listen and do all at the same time. It would be nothing.
Yeah.
That's good. That's a good little nuance.
Yeah. And no one believed her.
uh, There's another.
I always thought I got the subtitles on.
Yeah.
I always thought he said, "Well, fuck, you should have brought her to me."
Ah.
He said she's not a priority to me.
Yeah.
Kind of funny.
Why did you do that? Because you told me to.
Ramada.
Then these guys come over.
I always laughed at this scene too.
Fuck you, little dipshit.
I like when he puts the gun down. He literally doesn't throw it. And he places the gun down.
Puts it down.
It's really funny. See, let's get out of here. This guy right here looks like a 1980s bodybuilder, by the way. The
Yeah.
hairstyle, the outfit.
You call it the wall a dipshit?
You see it? Wait, did you see how Arnold was looking it down, like evaluating him? I don't know if you caught that.
I just realized that now, yeah. Now who's the dipshit?
See, he's got a smart ass way about him. I don't think that would ever leave John Connor. I think he'd be a lighthearted character.
Yeah.
At times.
And then puts the gun down. Yeah.
I always like that.
Why? Said you can't, okay. What do you mean, why?
It wouldn't understand that. It wouldn't.
Yeah. Yeah.
It runs a program. It's running a program.
Plus, you have to understand that what John Connor is doing, or what John is telling him, is it's going against his very existence.
Right.
What he's telling the Terminator to do is going against its very existence.
But yeah, it's just a funny interaction, though. I love it here, too. He doesn't kill him, but he still hurts him in the leg.
Yeah.
This is infiltration, not killing anyone. Sneaking
Yeah.
in. He's a cop. No one would even suspect him.
Right.
Yeah.
And the shape-shifting ability helps, too.
Oh, this part right here always pisses me off.
It's okay, because this bastard gets his comeuppance.
Yeah.
Oh,
which
yeah.
he does.
She fucks
She
him
fucks him
man.
up. Yeah.
I think he was just trying to get a reaction out of her.
Yeah.
If it was a Rob Zombie movie, it would have went further. Trust me.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
That first fucking movie, yeah.
That That's why I prefer the theatrical cuts to those. If they're ever worth watching.
Yeah, I find the theatrical cut is more tense, more
Yeah.
tension the way he escapes.
And you get those actors too, those extra actors.
We just talked about that on Kyle's, didn't we, Kyle, on your channel?
Yeah, we did. Yeah, for
Austin?
the Halloween ranking. Yeah,
Austin's a great dude, man. I booked a show with him. He's gonna come
on May
the show.
4th.
Yeah, we're gonna do our top 10 moments. Get this, Caleb, from the original Star Wars trilogy.
Yeah, I knew you would like Austin. You guys
Austin's
would click.
great. Yeah, he loves his Star Wars, man. He knows his shit about that stuff.
Oh yeah, because he does his Mandalorian stuff and his Star Wars stuff every Saturday or so.
He likes his Star Wars.
It's a good thing she was able to break out here, huh?
Otherwise, she'd be screwed.
Well, I do hope someone does pick up the pieces again for this franchise.
And
Not
do
only
something.
it's good for a YouTube channel to talk about the stuff if there was something coming out, but it can't end on that fucking movie.
No,
as
it
much as
can't.
I do enjoy watching it for what it is, but that's not the way I want to see the series, this franchise to end. I mean, I thought Predator would have been dead. I mean, I thought
after that fucking movie.
you know, someone decided let's just take it back kind of to the beginning and let's see what we can do. It got most fans back. I mean, I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
I know, Caleb, you're not as big on it as other people, but I don't think it's better than the original. Don't get me freaking wrong. And in fact, I still think I like Predator 2 more too. But I'm just saying it got it on track again, kind of like it's got the fans back again, interested in it. No one's interested in fucking Terminator no more.
That's the sad thing.
Yeah.
That's what's sad. Like, no one cares no more.
Well,
When
what
you
they
don't
did with the
care-
last 3 movies.
Oh, forget the last 3 movies. Just this one movie alone.
Yeah.
Because say what you will about everything before Dark Fate, but at least they weren't stupid enough to reboot the franchise, but reboot it to where it's the same exact shit, but with a different name. That's even more stupid.
And ruin its legacy.
Like, I take that as more of an insult than anything else. Like, don't get me wrong. Obviously, what T3 and Genesis did was stupid, but it wasn't reboot and market it as different, but it's the exact same fucking thing.
And then just kill their legacy at the same time.
This effect still looks amazing. How he comes out of the floor.
I always loved
Like,
that.
It looked crazy when it was new, but it still looks good.
Want some coffee? No, thanks. How about a beer?
Oh, Nick is still in the background sneaking
Hey,
around.
Nick.
He says, let's hope that Hulu can put Alien back on track.
I
We'll
heard.
see.
Well, hold on. So I heard that Alien movie that was coming to Hulu, it's getting a theatrical release.
Which is smart,
that's
I
good.
think.
I don't know if they're still
Listen,
gonna put it on
I
Hulu,
don't beat any movie down until I see it. I'm
Me
not one
either.
of these people. I always give the movie a benefit of the doubt. So yeah, I don't care who's behind the movie. I'll say, okay, well, let's just see where I get interested in who's directing it. That's when I start getting like. Now,
think,
mind you, they got to answer to people, right? The director's got to answer to producers and whoever the producers are working for, but what company it is. But I will always give a movie a benefit of the doubt. So
See,
even
I
if
used to be like that, but then I started doing that same mindset for the sequel trilogy, and each movie got progressively worse. And that's where I said that I'll wait. I'm not going to say, oh yeah, I'm going to give it a chance in the same sense that I'm going to go see the movie. I am the kind of guy that's going to watch from the sidelines. I usually like to be on the sidelines for a little bit so I can see everything before I go head first. And
let's look at Prey, for example. When I saw the write-up, the synopsis, I was intrigued. I was like, wow, okay, that's something I could see happening. But I was like, well, how are they going to execute this? And like me and Caleb actually had a talk. Is this going to be Pocahontas versus a Predator?
Oh, yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? But it wasn't quite like that. They actually could have been a grittier movie. Of course, it could have been, but I was happy with what they put out. I was like, anything had to be better than the fucking Predator.
Yeah, I mean, the Predator hit a pretty low bar. But the thing is, though, you could have a movie that's better than Predator, but it still be shit. And
I didn't really want to watch it at all, and it was all Disney Plus because I don't want to support Disney anyway. But I watched it.
Yeah, that's the only caveat.
I watched it, and then I got rid of it.
Would buy the rights because
they're starting to fire people now.
Yeah, but that doesn't really mean anything to me. The fact that Disney's done everything that they've done. I mean, I'm way past like supporting their shit. Like if somebody were to give me the movies as like a gift, I'm not going to deny the gift because obviously the person giving it, they were thinking about me. So I'm not going to.
And you did put your money into it though, so
yeah. So I mean, but as far as actively going out to support them, I'm done.
Same here.
I don't bother watching any of their cartoon stuff.
Yeah.
I liked Obi-Wan. I thought Obi-Wan was well done.
What?
Yeah. I swear I won't kill anyone. Oh man.
He could have just said, "I order you not to kill anyone."
And he doesn't. He just all he did was just disabled him. The hell are you doing?
He'll live. I like how both of these guys have a mustache too. It's like in Die Hard, Agent Johnson. This is Agent Johnson, no relation. I'm Mr. Mustache. This is Mr. Mustache, no relation.
One thing I like about my channel is that the title says it all. I go back in the past.
Yeah.
So because I just can't get to the theater ever. So I don't see things until they come out on DVD or digital release, whatever.
Oh, me.
So I'm just going to talk about old movies.
And it's been just a success for you ever since you switched. So.
Yeah, well, I tried to think that's a niche. One thing I noticed about the old channel is that whenever I did a new movie, I hardly got any views on it. All the older 80s movies, I got all the views on. So that little piece of information told me that people like talking about old movies.
Well, that's what I mean, because a lot of Hollywood movies these days feel bland. They don't have the soul that older films had, where people actually cared about what they were making. Now, I'm not saying that movies today don't have that soul. It's just so many of them don't. Especially when it comes to bringing back old franchises.
I think
because as we've seen,
I think blockbusters. I think the ones they put a lot of money in, the blockbusters, I think are just so mundane now. It seems that way, right?
I mean, looking at Terminator, that's exactly what happened.
Yeah.
Yeah. Chris Stuckman made a good point. He said Dark Fate looked like your typical Marvel movie for the action, the way the action's done.
Yeah.
And he says they all feel the same. Every action movie they put out feels exactly the same.
Yeah.
He's not wrong, really. Like
he did wrong.
I mean, John Wick came along and did something different, It was cut different. It was edited different. It was everything about that was different.
Yeah.
And people go, and now look at John Wick's is one of the most successful action franchises now.
And the way Ford did too, yeah.
I still haven't seen it. I gotta wait till it.
Oh, you would definitely enjoy this
You
one.
got to imagine what's going through her head right now, seeing him walk out that elevator. All that PTSD of what
she's
happened.
terrified. I'm hurting. I like the girl who knocks his glasses off.
He's like, really? The way he looked at her too.
Come with me if you want to live.
I make an interesting point about this line in this upcoming video that I think you might enjoy. I don't want to say it here because, it's better in the video.
Who knows? John Connor made a program that in him.
Yeah. Was this an actual hiccup where his hand got stuck through the bars? Or was that just part of the movie?
I don't know.
What was a big mistake where his hand got stuck?
I wouldn't say it was a hiccup in the movie. I think because the T-1000 is phasing through the material, but that gun isn't a part of the T-1000. So it would be the one bit of stuff.
Kind of like it's kind of like the Thing where it can't assimilate
non-organic
metal and stuff like that, so it spits it out.
Yeah.
So I remember Roger Packard said something about it.
Imagine the Thing assimilating a Terminator. It'd spit the endoskeleton out and just take the living.
Yeah. Skin of the Terminator, but the Terminator's still alive.
Yuck.
That looks great, man.
I always love this
So
elevator
amazing.
scene.
Get to the chopper. I like how Sarah gets into the action. He just grabs a gun and
yeah.
Ooh.
Connor's already trained to load a magazine. He's right on top of everything. Like,
yeah.
Right.
And he carries all that too throughout the whole film. I just love how she gets him out of them, but he's walking.
she's
He
just
grabs him.
she's just as intense as freaking Reese was in the first one.
Yeah.
She's essentially is Reese. She's essentially that filling that void of the human, a soldier.
Oh, right there. That's Pepsi Man.
Run.
There he is.
Yep. And then Carter will be like,
The deadly Terminator, man.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I forgot to show it off.
oh, well. There we go.
Oh yeah,
That's
a
awesome.
nice one.
Now check out the foot though.
Oh,
the metal grate from the end of the movie.
Well, that's
Yeah,
awesome.
yeah, yeah.
It's all
yeah.
sticky. Yeah.
Where'd you get that from?
Oh, I got it at Hastings a long time
Oh.
ago.
Do you have the same one as mine, Caleb, with the Halloween and Loomis?
Yeah, I had the same one.
Oh, okay. And I love the original Wolfman so much, so I had to get that one too.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Of course, it's 45 years for Halloween, so it's like I had to finally get the Loomis NECA of Loomis.
Yeah.
So I found that.
I'm an idiot. I just
Why?
noticed for the first time that the car lights went out.
Oh,
That's why he said you could see. Can you even see anything?
Oh, okay, I see.
Kind of a something you miss really fast if you don't.
Yeah. How to get you out of that place?
that was you would have been still stuck there.
She would have been fucking dead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of an unfair on her, but I get what she's trying to tell him. But she comes around.
Yeah.
She's turning into a Terminator. That's what I say a lot about her in this.
You
She
know,
only
it's
sees a
funny.
mission. She only sees a target, and
It's funny if you watch the movie with James Cameron's commentary. When you get to the scene where she's driving in the desert, where she has her outfit on with the glasses and stuff, he actually says that Sarah becomes like a Terminator at this point
Yeah.
with her behavior.
she's become what she mostly hates.
Yeah.
And John stops her because he stops the machines. It's very, very good. Like,
Yeah. I wish they would have kept in the scene where they took out his chip. Seriously.
yeah, that was a good scene. I watched it today on YouTube. Prepping for our pictures here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, I don't got them to show you. But
I love how you edited us in together, all of us into that intro. That was awesome.
Yeah.
That was fun. I have a Terminator overlay, but you have to kind of hard to blend everything in together. I haven't figured out how to do it.
Yeah.
I love how you got Danner saying about Canada.
It's funny because you used that clip, and that was from our Captain America stream that froze up on us.
Yeah.
I just use random clips. I was just like, I'm just gonna take this one.
You could tell when they froze because Kari goes like this and then he just stays like that.
Right here. Oh, fuck, that's right. Damn it. I'm so used to watching the special edition.
Yeah, he says something like, he said there's like a switch for the rogue Terminators, and she goes, they don't want you thinking too much. Yes.
See, that's why I love the special edition so much.
And see, watch when John says, "Are we learning yet?" This scene has better context when you see that extended bit. It's like, oh yeah, she's still wearing her hospital outfit. Notice also that we don't see the T-1000 for a while here.
Yeah.
They focus on more of the story now, and
Which is good though.
Yeah.
No, that's not how you say that.
I could see John Connor's soldiers in the future saying like no problem all the time, and
Yeah.
He's like, no.
but the hardest part of writing a John Connor in the future is how do you relate? How do you make it look like he's this? He's this kid we remember.
Yeah.
You really have to. That's the hardest part about existing characters.
Yeah, you have to balance his certain traits from when you're younger to how you are now.
Well,
because
when I was 10 years old, I say the same things I do when I do now.
Mhm.
But obviously, I'm more mature. I'm older. Things happen, right? But
Mhm.
a lot of ways, I'm still the same person.
Right.
You got to make John Connor be the same person, but be more of it. He's a leader. He's in charge. He's a general. He's tough. He's strong. But I just think there'd be more like Christian Bale didn't have a lot of sense of humor with him. He was very serious. I don't like a John Connor being like that.
Yeah.
Personally, that's my like. Every director is going to have their own interpretation of that character.
Yeah.
It's just me. Like right here about, it's in your nature to destroy yourselves.
Yeah.
Maybe the end game maybe is, how do we change that in ourselves?
Right.
If a machine can learn it, how do we learn it? You know what I mean? That's the things you could tap into.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's a positive message to be had that if a machine can learn the value of human life, then maybe we can too. Meaning that it is possible. It's just getting to that point
we need to be reprogrammed. Someone needs to reprogram us.
Yeah.
And that's John Connor, maybe.
Now, look at this. I want you guys to think about something. You think about the history we have so far from the first film getting to now. You get this really good exposition dialogue. You compare this scene to a similar scene we get in Dark Fate, and it feels cheap. And the irony is that Sarah is present for both of these moments. Yet somehow, some way, it just feels cheap. And it feels like a reference to this scene, but it's done with very little subtlety, and it just feels tacked on.
Yeah.
For me, anyway. It's just when you watch Dark Fate, you can see how much they mooched off of T2. So when I say that, it's just another copy.
Oh, it was.
I don't deny
that at all.
It just is a cheap version.
It was, and honestly, when I go to watch Terminator movie, I watch 1 and 2.
Yeah.
When I want something a little different, or I'll watch Salvation. When I go to review things, obviously I got to review everything, but
yeah,
it's there. Chris Stuckman when he talked about Dark Fate, he said John Connor dies, and he's just like, okay, now let's see if it's justified. And then his review, he's like, no, they don't justify anything in the film.
No, they don't.
That's the thing. John Connor's death, it meant nothing.
Yeah.
They didn't justify it at all.
They used his death to be a pushing point for another character that fills in the same role. The difference
That's not even interesting.
Yeah, the difference is the character they give us, we don't connect with her. They try and set her up with a similar Sarah Connor-esque like setup where she's just this ordinary girl. She has a life with her family. She has a job, but it rushes.
Oh,
It
it's way too
rushes the
rushed.
whole thing.
Well, that's why. That's why you can't
100%.
connect with her. You could and I don't. It's not the actress or anything. You just didn't get
No,
enough
it's the
time with
fucking
her.
story. It's
You,
the
you
damn
should have had.
Stories.
You should have had You should have had a good 15 minutes with her family, who she was, her motivations.
Yeah, instead of just
Stuff
rushing
at the
everything.
shop they were working at. They had to get to the action, and that's where because no one has an attention span no more.
Yeah.
This generation, their attention span's gone.
The thing is, even if they did a proper fleshing out of her character, she would still have functioned the same as John Connor. And in that case, I still say you're wasting your time. You're doing something that you don't need to do. You stick with what you have and you tap into what we've only been hinted at. I mean, obviously, J-Man, we've already had thousands of conversations about this. And I just wish that I know that people know this. They have to know it because how can you not know? When you have a Terminator video game that does what we're saying and they get it right, but a multi-million-dollar movie can't, you know that there's a problem. I don't get it. I don't understand what was going through their heads.
I never understood that either.
You can't sit there and tell me that we're going to try the T2 formula for the third time. Rise of the Machines did it. Genesis did it. Both times it failed. So what was different? Oh, John Connor being killed. That's different. You still have your shape-shifting Terminator. You still have your T-800 protector of sorts. And then the caveat was that, oh, hey, guess what? We're bringing back the original Sarah Connor after you've been robbed of her. Except they bring her back, but for me, they underutilize her for one thing.
Yeah.
And they disrespect her for two. You're probably wondering how. I'll give you a hint. Her interaction with Grace in the beginning.
100%.
That's what I consider to be one of the biggest disrespects. Oh yeah, and then when they refer to her like just a womb, right?
Jeez.
Yeah. Well, you get more of a connection with Sarah and Danny. Like they got more interaction and more respect towards each other.
Yeah, but
like she tries to understand. Basically, Sarah's like gets purpose at the end. She still trains the leader of the resistance, but it's not John. It's this woman who we don't care about.
Yeah. I mean, filling in the same role for a character that's a carbon copy, just a different gender. But that line of dialogue where they said, oh, just a womb. Where Grace says, Danny, you're not just a womb. It's like, we never thought of Sarah as just a womb.
Yeah, really.
That's the disconnect from the filmmakers to the audience. Are you really thinking that the fans of Sarah Connor and John Connor in this franchise just referred to Sarah Connor? Oh, she's not important because she is just giving birth to who is important. But no, that's not it at all. The dialogue here, the first movie. What did Kyle Reese say? He wanted to meet the legend, the woman that prepared her son for the future, for when he grows up.
It's always been about Sarah. And this is one of the things I never understood why she was never in the future. There's nothing wrong with her being in the future with John.
That's true.
Eventually she dies, I would think.
Oh, yeah.
But how is a legend... There's nothing wrong with her being there in the future.
But we don't get any substantial future scenes, do we? Just the
No, we
first two
don't.
movies. And then T3 just decides, oh yeah, she dies of cancer. What a fucking way to go.
So
you know?
stupid.
Like, and then
I didn't like that T3. I thought you don't even have... See, that was the big thing that was missing. Sarah wasn't in it.
Yeah,
it was just like, really? She died already? Like,
they just killed her off-screen and off-screen death. I mean, that's insulting.
There's nothing that says Sarah died. Young.
No.
Where did it ever say that?
At least for the first two films, there's nothing there.
You could be a legend and still live.
Yeah.
I mean, in fact, legends live a long time.
Yeah.
I tell you, I got ideas, guys, for Sarah. And
right here, this monologue that she's giving, this is part of the important point that I make in this video coming up for the review. Again, I don't want to spoil.
It's kind of weird. He's the perfect father for John, so to speak, because he is a machine.
Yeah,
he would never, like she said, he would never hit him. He would never be too busy. He would always be there for him. Strangeness. It's very strange.
Yeah.
A father figure of sorts. I think that John already got that sort of, at least a little bit, that sort of fatherly sort of attitude from Sarah, where Sarah's like hard on John, like emphasizing the importance of learning certain things. And then now that she's fulfilled that part, because that's been ingrained into him, now John has that more playful, sort of softer side, even though it's coming from a Terminator, the farthest thing from a soft figure, yet somehow he's still able to have that, because the Terminator is learning, so it's almost like a baby in a way, like learning these different things. Obviously, it's very intelligent because it has access to a wide array of information, yet still it still has this learning complex that it's developing.
This scene was so horrifying. Crazy.
Oh, yeah.
And then that was Linda Hamilton's twin sister.
Yeah.
She's in it a few times.
By the way, watching this scene, it's ingrained in my mind to never live in a major city for this reason. As silly as it might sound, it's one of the reasons why I don't want to live in a big city.
So we're assuming she went back to being a waitress?
Yeah.
Oh shit, Kyle, there goes my Maze Bank Tower, huh?
Yep. I guess when you go to online, you get in online, everything's blowing up.
Hey, you know what? If they ever did an open world Terminator game for multiplayer and have that whole section, to where you could roam around, it'll be so cool.
Oh, this would be crazy, so fun. Eh?
The miniatures work here is well done. I got to give them credit.
Yeah, I guess when we go into GTA Online, everything's just blowing up when we walk in.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, she's got the weight of the world on her shoulders. She'd be questioning herself too. Am I doing the right thing?
No.
Has John learned enough? I'm like,
but of course,
she'd go crazy. She's gone crazy, man. She's just.
Yeah. But you look at that etching. She looks at her own etching. No fate.
I wish for Terminator Resistance there was co-op at least,
Yeah.
But open world multiplayer.
They just need to come out with another Terminator.
But what's the risk, right? Or what are you sacrificing? Well, she's sacrificing her whole soul and her humanity to carry for. And if she kills Dyson, is nature abhors a vacuum. Someone else will just come along and pick up the research.
Yeah.
That's
at that point, she's not thinking logically, even though she's becoming a Terminator, and Terminators think logically and systematic. She's still flawed in a way,
Yeah.
Dyson.
always makes me laugh how Dyson reacts when he's being shot at.
Oh yeah. Yeah, right
I like how
here.
John. I like how John just takes the reins though. He's just like.
But you know what?
Decision
It's
making.
showing. It's showing his that leader-esque nature. It's already starting to come through. You know what? Here's something funny. In the extended cut, that scene goes on a couple seconds further where his face, he raises his eyebrows. He's like this. He's like he literally shrugs off what John just said about why haven't you figured out why you can't kill people yet?
Yeah, he does. Yeah.
I like in Star Trek where you got Bones, he's so human, right? He's so passionate. He's like, logic. We're talking about universal Armageddon, and a man speaking logic. You green-blooded son of a bitch.
See, she could have easily got him, but he got distracted.
I love those movies, man. I love the Star Trek films.
Yeah.
For all intents and purposes, she killed Dyson.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I mean,
that's a military grade M16. Even though it has a suppressor on it, those bullets are going through that desk. But I mean, it doesn't bother me too much. I mean, the whole point is to show that Sarah's so close to just becoming what she swore to destroy or fight against.
Yeah.
Typically, in our own hate obsession, we don't see that though.
Yeah.
She just sees she's saving 3 million people's lives.
Yeah.
The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few.
Yeah.
But it's going to cost her everything. She stops herself, actually.
Yeah.
Like, she's scary here, Sarah. Yeah. She's scary here, man. If you're gonna kill him, you might as well kill his whole staff because they're all involved too.
Yeah.
Blow up the whole building.
You see right here, this is a lesson on how to write a proper female character. Someone that can take care of herself, but someone that has flaws. Something that I've noticed about a lot of female characters these days is that they don't want to show them having flaws or weaknesses.
Well, any character. Character with that fact.
But like, I'm looking at the female characters that we've been given as something that's pivotal and breaking the glass ceiling, but they don't have any flaws. They don't have any kind of relatable human mistakes or emotions. But yet we have these characters here that were written with the flaws, written to be realistic in a sense,
What if James Cameron was going to do a flashback there of when the Terminator had her at the diner at the Tech Noir with the red light on her when she stopped herself there?
You could do like a fan edit. Like I've been thinking about editing when she's at Pescadero and the Terminator walks in and she sees him, and I was having an idea where you would flash the original Knights maybe 4800 like flashing as she's seeing him, having like a PTSD flashback type thing. But they let you imagine that yourself, I think, because the history. So, but seeing that actual visual, it'll be pretty cool.
Right.
notice when she says, "I love you, John, I always have," that's the same line that Kyle told her.
Yeah, it's just the context is completely different.
Yeah,
because she hasn't really shown any love to John for a while. Like, obviously, like she just sees the mission,
yeah,
getting him to where he needs to be. But the love is what makes him him. That's the point.
The love is what makes the man.
Yeah. I always like this effect, when he takes his hand off like a glove.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, it's a good thing he chose a hand or his arm instead of like his face. That would be pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Obviously, they couldn't do that because then his infiltration would be up. But I love his reaction, though, when he sees the arm and he realizes what it is.
Yeah. I'm the future. Hello there. I love the way Sarah's just sitting there.
Yeah.
Wait, like just her body language here. It's just. Fucking men like you built a hydrogen bomb.
You know, I
See,
love
John. I love how John's just like
he's taking the reins.
This is counterproductive.
Yeah.
You're blaming people, Mom. The blames we can't blame. We gotta find solutions. You know what I mean? That's a leader.
Right.
Like, the thing is, someone would always pick up something. You're not going to stop our advancements in technology. It's going to happen.
Yeah. But just remember this, though, that yes, there is a logical possibility that even after destroying Cyberdyne and all the research, that someone could still create Skynet in a way. But remember this, that possibility is up to the writers to let that happen. They can always say, you know what? I think our heroes have done enough. Skynet's gone. We can have a happy ending. The writers have full control of that. There's always that possibility, sure, but ultimately,
Do you like the special edition ending where she's old in the park and John Connor's the senator? I never really liked that either.
I like the idea.
I didn't like it either. Yeah.
I like the idea, with that said, that type of image is something that I could have thought up in my head myself. I didn't have to see it. I like this film's ending because it starts up.
It's unknown.
It ends. Yeah, it ends with, anything is possible now. And of course, here's the problem, right? This film has such a fantastic ending, and then Dark Fate shows up. Think about how bitter that is. They go through all this mess just to have it get ripped away. Not, 2-3 years later in the timeline.
Wow, what you're complaining about is why I hate Alien 3 so much.
Oh, yeah. I'm right there with you.
Although,
I am
but it's,
right there
I think
with
there's some great things in the movie.
Sure.
After you get by that.
But
holy fuck, you just killed Newt, man, who's gonna grow up to be an alien killer. Like,
and Hicks. I mean, you're killing Kyle Reese twice.
Yeah, come on. Like, really?
I've never understood why they do that, where they try to. I just did this in my Dream Master review. I go, you killed Kincaid, you killed Joey, you killed Kristen, and to give us these characters who are just set up to be for someone for Freddy the Slash and Slay. That's the only reason. Except Alice was a good character, but I go, why didn't you keep them around longer in the film? Or, another missed opportunity about that movie was when that light goes on in Dream Warriors in the house.
Right.
Like, Nancy could have been like the opposite of Freddy, where she comes to your dreams, and you could have had like a dream standoff between Freddy and Nancy, but in the dream world.
Yeah.
Right.
I always thought, like, why they never went with that. I mean, you're already pushing the limits anyway.
Yeah.
They should have.
Well, my point is, I hate when that's why I really should hate Dark Fate, because it's one of my pet peeves. It's when they kill existing characters, but I think there was so much time between T2 and that movie that I don't know, it just didn't affect me as much.
Well,
but that's why I understand, like Caleb and like Kyle, why you hate it so much. I completely get it.
Let me.
Because I'm like that with Alien 3.
Well, let me speak to what you like about it with Sarah Connor. I don't like how they handle her because they don't give her any proper character development. What I mean is she essentially functions the same as she is right now. She has a PTSD. Let me break it down simply. Both T2 and Dark Fate feature a PTSD-ridden Sarah Connor who has to mentor a young version of the future leader of the Resistance. And she has a non-human or upgraded human, in Grace's case, protector to help in that endeavor. It's functioning the same way, except for Grace. Grace outright disrespects Sarah Connor several times, even after Sarah saves their lives.
Yes.
And Grace says, don't get in my way or I'm going to hurt you or whatever. And I'm thinking to myself, Sarah literally just came out of nowhere to stop those Terminators and save your asses, and you're threatening her? Like, think about that for a second. Think about that. Does that make any sense? Is that how you want Sarah to be treated after all these years? Think about what they've done to her in T3 by killing her off. And then with Genesis, they recast her. You want the
They also they begged her to do that movie. James Cameron himself says, please just do it.
Yeah.
Right. And she
came back.
I mean, if she was going after what I want to do, she probably would have never done that movie.
Maybe. But then again, maybe not. I mean,
I don't know. I mean, when I heard Edward Furlong was coming back, I didn't think it was going to be that.
That stupid ass. Yeah, that cameo crap.
I actually thought he was going to be in the movie.
Well,
that's what I thought too.
Let me tell you something, though. I was following the developments of Dark Fate, and some people that I know and rumors that I heard where people said they got their hands on the leaked script, and they literally said that John Connor would be dead in the beginning of the movie. And part of me didn't want to believe it, but then another part of me thought about The Last Jedi. And then I realized, oh shit. And then my fears were only that much more solidified when the first trailer for Dark Fate came out. There's no John Connor, but there's a lot of focus on this new girl. So I'm thinking to myself, okay, it's going to happen. It's real. And of course, that's what happened. And there you go.
Yeah.
Everything you're seeing here right now, you got to ask yourself. You have to ask yourself, where the fuck is Carl during all of this?
That stupid ass name.
Where is he? Oh, he's the backup plan, right? You know what? It would be really easy to come in right now to try and ambush them while they're setting up.
I assumed he wasn't here yet. He got sent to 19. He got sent to in the future of this.
But think about it. If that's the case, how is Skynet still around when we know that in that future, Legion? Now you could say, "Oh well, maybe."
Yeah, that's true.
Here's the thing. Whatever theories we try to come up with to justify how he's there, the movie itself doesn't explain it.
Yeah.
It doesn't explain how.
Well, that's like that's like I'm trying to write things dealing with time travel with my Terminator script, and I'm like, I'm running into things all the time where I'm thinking like, that doesn't make sense. I can't do that. Right? I mean, where they kind of just ignored it.
Right.
They said, no, people will just go along for the ride anyway. But, there's rules to science fiction.
There are. But you know what? Here's something really dumb. This is something that you never, ever want to do to justify the mistakes of a movie. This was said, a lot of people said this with Star Wars The Last Jedi. When people brought up legitimate problems that the movie has, you know what a lot of people said? They said, the movie is about space wizards doing space battles. Just shut up and enjoy the movie.
Really? Oh my gosh.
I can't enjoy
the same logic would have been used for Dark Fate. The movie's about time traveling robots from the future. Just shut up and enjoy the movie.
I can't enjoy that.
So you're telling me this to
just
not have an opinion
enjoy the
or
damn
not?
thing.
They're telling you this to not think. They just want you to consume product like they live. Consume.
Like I don't want to watch a character I grew up with, Mark Hamill. I don't want to see a character do things he would never do.
Yeah.
And that was the problem with it. Especially when J.J. Abrams, you watch the last shot of A Force Awakens, that guy's in pain. Luke knows what's happened. He's in legitimate pain. He's not throwing a lightsaber away. That's not the face I saw. The face I saw was like he felt Han Solo was dead. He felt shit was going down, and he had the I think the movie was set up well. And then the next movie, I was like, What was that? What was this? Throwing a lightsaber away. What did you do? Crazy.
Yeah.
We got Skynet by the balls now, don't we?
Yep.
We
That's a
did.
good line, actually.
We did. See, when you really boil it down, it doesn't matter what Carl did or didn't do, in the sense that whether or not he succeeded in killing John Connor, the mere fact is he is the last Terminator to be programmed by Skynet, which means he has a prime directive somewhere in his hardware to ensure that Skynet gets created. And yet somehow, some way, in that 22-year span from the killing of John Connor to modern day 2019 in the movie, he doesn't do any of that. That is a problem. That is a plot hole. And people seem to ignore that in favor of, another Terminator movie. Yay. Another funny.
Well, the most people are on your side because they didn't make another one because the thing with me is that you got to keep I never understood why we're killing characters off that are the faces of the franchise.
Yeah, really.
To give us something else. I'm like, why? I mean, if you're going to do that, just remake the thing, even though I wouldn't be on board for that either. But I'd be like, just remake the thing then.
Well, that's what
start from scratch.
I mean, that's what Dark Fate did. It remade Skynet. It remade the Resistance.
Just like Force.
It just did it on the graves of the legacy characters.
I just don't understand, why did you go that? I don't get why it went that route. Why didn't you just go into the future? Where John Connor's 42 years old and tell all those stories. Like, why did we have to go here? Like,
because we needed a strong female character to replace him. That's why they did it. And they did it 2 times in the same movie.
Yeah.
You know, Tim Miller has started like I don't want to say he's outright disowning the film, but he's basically admitting that they made mistakes. And I'm thinking to myself, yeah, you know what? That's what happens when, for the marketing of your film, that your new character Grace is going to scare the fuck out of misogynists. When you're marketing the film and including that shit in it, you know there's a problem. Especially when you have a character named Sarah Connor, who you could say is one of the biggest faces of the franchise, who people have been wanting to see for many years, and you want to throw the misogyny card? Really? Really? No. No.
well, the first movie works for a reason.
Yeah. And by the end, she's the final girl. She's the one that ultimately takes out the Terminator. Oh, and then look where she is now. She's kicking ass. Nobody's complaining about it, right?
Yeah.
My first complaint was when she wasn't in it no more in T3.
Yeah, that's another thing.
That's a big
that
fucking
bothered me.
problem. With everything that's happened in this film.
Yeah, that's one of the things I got upset about.
And then, of course, Genesis just overwrites everything. It doesn't just overwrite T2.
No, honestly, I don't know if Linda Hamilton didn't want to do T3 or if like they couldn't get her, because I don't want to replace her either, right?
Right.
But yeah, sometimes I don't know if they didn't want to do the job or the movie. So what do you do at that point, right? You got to take a different route.
Yeah.
Or just don't make another one.
Yeah. That would be preferable. Save yourself the embarrassment and the risk of failure.
I mean, it was 12 years later. It was 2003, right?
Yeah, 2003. Yeah.
It was like 12 years later. I don't think anyone was even thinking Terminator at that point.
I think that when they released the title Rise of the Machines, maybe people thought that it would have been an origin story for Skynet. That the Rise of the Machines is Skynet waking up, which of course it did happen in T3, but not in the way that people might have thought. With the first T2 clone. Congratulations. Now here's the thing. With Sarah Connor Chronicles, it is another T2 clone. It's just a really long, drawn-out T2 clone, minus having a shape-shifting Terminator per se. There's a lot going on in that series, especially with the time travel aspect, which is why I say that you need to watch the whole series.
Jeff says T3 is a masterpiece compared to all the sequels that fall.
Well, let me put it to you this way. T3 is my more preferred T2 clone, but I still put Salvation as my number 3, and T3 is still a fucking parody, which upsets me. I think what really kicked me out of the film was when the TX decided to grow a larger pair of breasts. At that point, I was like, what am I watching?
And she likes a lot of things. I like your car.
I
like this. I like that.
Jesus, yeah. I was reading. They originally were supposed to have her back for T3, but she read the script and she was unimpressed. So,
I mean, if that's the case, then I don't blame her.
I did like one thing I did like about T3 is how they were targeting all the John's lieutenants and everything. I thought that was I think that could have been drawn out more though. That could have been the whole film. That right there. You know, John having to go protect his. That's how he meets his staff. That's how he meets his lieutenants. That would have been cool. Like by saving them, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's what the Sarah Connor Chronicles was.
Terminator movie with a bad CGI. Yeah, it did have. Salvation did have a bad CGI.
That was bad.
And it made decisions like the endoskeletons are throwing people around when it could just take your head off or grab you,
Yeah.
reach through your chest and pull your heart out. Like it was
Easy
kind
rip
of
you
doing
apart.
stupid decisions.
Yeah.
That's the thing when you're writing a Terminator movie. There's a lot of logic in your villain.
Yeah.
They're not gonna keep throwing you around a room. Why would it do that?
Yeah.
Always love how he hijacks the helicopter here.
Oh yeah, this is great action here, right to the end of the movie here. Get out. Jeff says Salvation is a good action film, but a terrible termination.
I think he meant to say a terrible Terminator movie.
You know what? That's a good way of putting it, actually. Maybe that's why I like it so much, because it's a good action film.
Yeah.
Kyle Reese was characterized completely wrong.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
think...
God, rest in peace to the young actor. He passed away, but
yeah.
They did. I don't know what they were doing with that. Like, that's not Kyle Reese.
I think we saw him too young. That's why. Like we said,
that's
before,
my point.
too
It should have
early.
started. It should have started maybe a few years before. Like, you know, like how Star Wars: A New Hope puts you right into the story right away. That's what that movie should have done.
Yeah. Instead, it gives us Marcus. Interesting idea, but like when you actually boil down Skynet's plan for Marcus, it doesn't make much sense, and it's based a lot on convenience. Like there's too many plot contrivances that allow that whole setup to work. Because Marcus was supposed to be the best infiltrator in the sense of getting John to Skynet and whatnot, based on the dialogue that the face of Skynet gives or whatever.
And what threw John Connor through a loop is there's nothing on the tapes. He's in the dark. He's like, I've never heard of anything like this.
Yeah.
It's like their prototype. It's like he was a prototype of some kind.
But it's such a flawed prototype, though. I mean, look at how easily the T-800 was able to disable him. Just aim for the heart, and he's out.
Fuck, the Resistance knocked him out with a gun.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah.
He was very easily managed.
I mean, you're not going to knock out a T-800 with a slap to the face.
Fucking Sarah Connor's a warrior in this movie.
Yeah.
100%. Yeah.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that they've never been able to get this franchise right or back on track, but
Yeah.
we have the first two movies and they're a great. We're witnessing now how good of a double feature it really is.
Yeah.
And how well it connects.
I love this guy. He's like, hello? Oof. He did not waste time in wasting him.
Just went right away. When the truck's coming down, I love how the guy just jumps over the ledge, gets out of there.
What do you think, sir?
Well, like, do you really?
We need your truck. The guy's trying to wave him down. Praise the Lord. I love that. He's like, wow. There you go. Get your tourniquet.
Yeah, there's so many things you could do with this franchise, man. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
But yeah, we keep getting this same formula. Like, why? Like the Terminator says when he's talking to John, he's like, "Why?" Yeah.
I always thought if the end of the movie you see Kyle Reese go back, and you know he's going through time, you see like a, I don't know, like a warp speed kind of thing,
Yeah.
right? And you just see him fall from the sky,
Yeah.
and the credits come up. I thought that'd be a great bookend.
Yeah,
that would be
for the
good.
trilogy. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And you know, tell your story all leading up to that. But
right. Just know, I mean, you can do it. They just need to be aware of where the movie has to end.
Yes,
because we know where
like,
it's going.
It's almost like Rogue One, that shit to me. You know what I mean?
Right. Pretty much.
Right. Yeah.
Because I thought they tied that really well. Like it's
Yeah.
a nice flow into the New Hope. I ain't gonna lie, one of the best action movies right here, for sure.
Yeah.
Yo, 100%.
Remember on my old channel, one of my first things I did is I did a 7-hour stream.
Really?
With Brett Man was there when we're all first starting, kind of thing.
Yeah.
So we watched Friday the 13th, Nightmare on Elm Street, the original, and Halloween, the original, all in one night.
Wow.
Oh, shit.
And
Wow.
we
That
went
would've
from
been fun, though.
we went from 9 p.m. to 4 in the morning.
Oh, jeez.
But that must have been fun though, just watching.
It
all
was
the
fun. I slept all day the next day.
Yeah, I imagine.
You would have had to.
He did a tuck and roll like the first movie,
Yeah.
sliding across the street. I didn't even nap today.
No.
I watched baseball this afternoon with my kid.
Oh yeah.
And I was prepping the stream. I was like, well, I still need this. And I got my new logo, right? So I was trying to
Awesome
changing
logo, by
the
the way.
I was changing the channel face page and all that kind of stuff. We just crossed 4 hours, everyone.
Yes,
4
we
hours.
have 4 hours.
It goes by fast, eh? You're watching
Yeah.
a good movie anyway. I don't know how Caleb watches those shitty fucking movies and how they. Although The Fog's good, that's not a shitty
yeah.
movie. But
Yeah, it's
you're watching like Conjuring 3. I'm like, man, I just.
I know.
Well, it helps to have people with you to make stupid jokes.
keep it entertaining while you're watching crap.
I mean, you have to.
You have to, yeah. Otherwise, you'd be like, oh.
You'd go insane.
I love how he just when he shoots him, everything just breaks.
You know, Demolition Man does a similar thing with Wesley Snipes.
Yeah.
And that was 1993.
Another good film I love. Sylvester Stallone.
Yeah, that's a fun film. That's a fun film. Me and Caleb got to do a series where because he hasn't seen so many things.
Yeah.
What?
Where he hasn't seen The Exorcism of Emily Rose.
No.
Nope.
Got to see that one.
That's why I was hoping Conjuring 3 would have been something like that, you know?
Well, yeah, that's what I said on their stream. Like when I was in the chat, I said, "Have you guys seen that one?" Because that's what it should have been more like.
Yeah.
That's what I was hoping it to be. Because Jeffrey Carpenter did.
I
gives
thought
a
the witch
terrifying
was kind of
performance.
creepy at times in
Mhm.
Conjuring 3, but I felt like they didn't do enough with her. That should have been kind of a. They could have done something.
Conjuring 3 is
but
such a
it's-
downgrade from the first two.
Yeah.
Or
Now
are
they're
the
making a
first two
fourth
just
one.
so fucking? Are the first two just so good?
Because James Wan
Kinda
directed
hard
it for
to-
starters too.
Like you got to get James Wan back for it. That's
Yeah.
Right.
he understands old school filmmaking.
Yeah.
James Wan, he knows that. He knows how to do. Like I do like Aquaman, but I just wish he'd go back to his grittier stuff.
Yeah.
These effects look freaking fantastic.
Oh yeah.
What is this? 30 years old now?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, at least. Yep.
Whoa, soldier on your feet.
Yeah.
You pussy mom. Imagine saying that.
Yeah.
The way he just washes the floor.
He's not even running. Like you think he'd be
Just-
running after them. Get this over with. Finally.
Another place with machines everywhere.
Good place to destroy the ring too. From
Yeah.
Lord of the Rings.
Yeah. Oh, Lord of the Rings trilogy.
The fact that he's raising his voice to John, that he's learning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The fact that he's actually going go now, like there's like desperation in his voice.
Right.
You get a great job of it of developing this character.
Yeah. I love the POV shots too. It's good.
I think they need to do more of that.
They
Yeah.
do. His hand gets stuck.
Oh, yeah, I see what you mean, Caleb. It's all destroyed his hand. And
Ooh.
I said this in my Sarah Connor breakdown. For all intents and purposes, she killed the T-1000.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kind of similar to what happened in the first Terminator, huh?
Yeah.
Like, it's like, yeah, Reese was able to get the Terminator to just a torso, but it's Sarah Connor that finishes the job.
Yeah, by smashing its head.
He never stops. Great.
Right.
That's horror music right there, man. That's very aliens like when Newt goes down the shaft.
Yeah.
Right there.
That's freaky.
Ooh.
He's not mechanical, this one. He's all liquid metal. And
Yeah.
I don't know how he can be liquid metal, though, because you got to heat that shit up.
Yeah.
And I know it doesn't need to be explained really. It's just he's advanced. That's
I know it hurts.
why can't he call the John?
Yeah, he can do the voice.
He does eventually, doesn't he?
Yeah. Because he disguises as her.
He's just trying to use her now.
Yes, that's my Sarah Connor right there.
Yep.
Yeah.
At the end of it all, she just says, "Fuck you."
Oh, Jesus.
Oh yeah, that's where he fucks him up.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh,
I love the little music that goes with it.
oh, that one. That's a good one right there. I'd give you a headache, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The makeup's great. We know a metal bar can kill them.
Or at least to disable him.
Yeah.
But you know what? I still want to go. I want to go back to a point I said earlier that I would have loved to have seen the T-800s, just all the flesh and the clothing gone, just like in the first film. Like,
and duke it out.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would love to see that too.
Yeah. Like make it to where the T-1000 was able to blow him up, and it'd be like a callback to the first film where he's completely engulfed in flames and you think it's over. But of course, then he comes back, like maybe he's on fire. Like maybe the flesh and the clothing is melting off. It'll be a pretty crazy special effect, but I would have loved to have seen it regardless.
Same.
Yeah, that'd been pretty cool. Backup power. Reroute. Alternative power. Yes.
Always love seeing from his perspective that way.
Yeah.
I gotta wake up.
Oh, what's this?
I can imagine how that would hurt if you were a human pulling that out.
Yeah.
I sense injury.
Oh yeah, this is where he tries to draw him out.
You can tell the way she's talking, she's not Sarah. Like,
yeah.
Oh yeah, the real Sarah would have.
Yeah, this is Linda Hamilton's twin sister who comes up here.
Right.
That's her twin sister.
Wow.
It looks a little different. Yeah. That's Linda, but the girl shooting from but not exactly in focus.
Mm-hmm.
I love this. See,
yeah.
Look at this. She took out the T-1000, man. Look.
100%.
Look at this. This is my woman right here, man. Fuck. He's so awesome.
Yep.
Oh shit! Out of bullets.
I mean, she had 2 more bullets. That thing was in the lava.
Yeah, but that's what's so cool how he comes up and finishes the job. No.
Why
It's
did they
fucking
just blow him up like
horrifying,
that from the
dude.
beginning?
Yeah.
That's horrifying where his head is. He's making that sound too.
It's like an alien.
And it still makes that sound when he's burning. And he turns into all the things he imitated.
Right.
He's almost like the Thing, eh? Like
Yeah.
shape shifting and shit.
Almost sounds like it too.
I could see the Thing doing that.
Ah, that's so crazy, huh?
Yeah.
And he just evaporates. Jeez.
I need a vacation.
Oh.
Terminated.
Yes.
CPU of the first Terminator.
The biggest problem is if Skynet's never made, then John Connor's never born.
Not necessarily. I think that to rationalize the story to the best of your ability, you can say that Sarah Connor had sex with a guy, and that guy, Sarah Connor has sex with a guy, and John Connor is born, and then Judgment Day happens. There's the war, and John Connor is participating in the war. Then we're first introduced to time travel.
Oh, I would love that. 'Cause I love Back to the Future.
We should do a Back to the Future triple feature, Jason. Hey guys, I'm an old man, 44, man. That's a long night.
Oh,
a
come
long
on.
night for the J-Man.
You're
Come
not
on.
you're not old. You're not old.
I'd have to have a huge nap in the afternoon, but that would be fun.
That would be fun. I love the trilogy so much.
I like double feature nights. I did the old channel. I did Texas Chainsaw, the original and the remake.
Oh, that's a
Back
good
to
one.
back. That was fun.
You know what's the real bitch of a thing with this?
This
scene?
is a long movie though, too. Like,
But you want to know what's the real bitch of a thing here with this scene? Is that Carl is out there somewhere, just fucking walking around while this is all happening.
but you know what though, Caleb? I don't even consider that movie canon.
I don't
Personally,
really either.
as much as I could sit and enjoy it. I consider this canon 1 and 3, 1 and 2. That's it.
Think about it
Personally.
this way: if let's say hypothetically that Carl was sent to this time period at the same time that they sent the T-1000, right? That means that Connor and the Resistance would have known that they sent 2 Terminators back. It would have a way of tracking it, because that's how they knew that the T-1000 was sent to this time.
Right.
Meaning that John Connor would have informed Uncle Bob here that there's another Terminator out there, which means he wouldn't be doing this.
Yeah, I ain't gonna argue your plot holes, man. It's you make valid points.
I remember that stream. You guys did that.
Me and Caleb did a Rob Zombie Halloween 2. That'd be fun.
Yeah.
You got to they got to be entertaining movies for me, or they can't be slow burns, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is great. Put yourself in there.
I make a good point about this scene in my video coming up. I think that you guys will enjoy. You might see what I see.
And Evil Dead Rise is not a slow burn, by the way.
It doesn't look like a slow burn. Looks like batshit crazy fun.
Oh, it is. I explained that in my review. It is.
Even though this scene has been memed so many times, it still gets me emotional.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I remember watching it so many times when I was a kid.
I love the thumbs up when he was teaching him how to do a thumbs up.
Yeah.
I have this idea that when he sends, you could never do this because it wouldn't make sense, but well, maybe you could. But when he sends Uncle Bob back to his younger self, John Connor this puts his thumbs up.
That's the thing, though.
Yeah,
it's been done in a comic. They do it.
Oh.
I gotta find it. I gotta find it.
Oh yeah, that.
There's a comic. I don't remember what it's called, but they do that. Because of a machine, a Terminator can learn the value of human life.
That's everything. That's the
That's
themes of Terminator. That's it, guys. I ain't watching Terminator 3. Fuck
oh,
that.
hell no. Hell no. Fuck that.
Not tonight, anyway. That was fun, man. That was fun. Terminator 1 and 2. Great double feature, man. Great double feature.
Oh, I love Terminator 1. It's a great double feature. You can just continue from right to the next one.
So, J-Man, I'm going to send you a picture on Messenger really quick.
I'm not sure. Have you showed me that too?
I don't think so. I don't think I've sent this to anybody. I found this a long time ago before I met you guys. I'm just remembering it now.
Bacon says, "Oh man, no Terminator 3 left."
Aw.
We'll do another double feature another time, Bacon, but you gotta come out with us, Bacon.
Yeah.
Whatever it was. I like the idea of doing Final Chapter and Jason Lives. That'd be fun.
I love both movies. So I would definitely be down for that.
A shorter night, anyway.
Yeah.
That'd be a fun one. Even Predator 1 and 2 would be fun.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I had a lot of fun, though, tonight. I think this was really worth it. This has given me a lot more inspiration and motivation to continue with this review.
Yeah.
And part 1 was awesome, by the way.
Oh, appreciate it.
That was a good video. I liked it.
Fair warning, this new video, it's going to be at least 30 minutes long, maximum of maybe 40.
You might have hit on something there, instead of doing, like, if you want to put the time in, instead of doing I do short reviews just because I just like to get my thoughts out there. It's easier for people to watch, but it'd be interesting to do a review, a 3-part review on the 3 acts. Like, let's say if I'm doing First Blood, doing the first act and breaking it down, doing the second act and breaking it down, and doing the third act and breaking it down.
That would be fun.
I would like for you to understand why I'm doing this. And I actually mentioned this in this video, but I'll just say it here. There are dozens more. There are a whole bunch of reviews for Dark Fate on YouTube right now that you can go watch that are short and to the point. But for me, I have a strong dislike for Dark Fate. And some people might question
clearly
as to why.
What do I?
And because I have this reason, people want to know why. And I can't fit what I need to fit in a short 10-minute video. I need to be able to analyze the film, break it down by scenes, and say, okay, here is an issue. And I'll go off into a tangent. I'll say, all right, we're presented with this scene. Here's what happens in said scene. And this is where my problems start. There could be an issue with the dialogue. There could be something that's introduced in the movie that is a direct contradiction to previously established lore. And then I'll go off into a tangent and explain the lore, and then come back and say, okay, this is why this doesn't make sense, because as was previously established in previous films, there's a direct contradiction of the information. Therefore, this is why it's bad. Being able to actually show why something is bad instead of just saying, oh, it's bad because I don't like it. You need to have time to explain that to your audience, which is why the video has to be as long as it is. And like I said, if you want something short and sweet, you can go find somebody else's video. But I'm in it for the long haul, and I would encourage people to stick through it. You'll be there for a bit, but ultimately it'll be worth it, because at the very least you'll be getting extra information that you can.
That's why some people do. Like I'm going to be starting to. I'm going to be introducing reviews on the channel that are live.
Mm-hmm.
Be more like discussions, though.
Right.
With some people, like I got Steve Merlo coming on for Duel and Jaws, so I'll be doing 2 live reviews, like, because it's more of a discussion. Right. That's something I thought I just kind of missed being live. So,
so almost like when Good Real Hunting does their interactive live reviews.
I guess so. I haven't really watched their interactive stuff yet, but because I just have little time sometimes. It takes me a while to get through a video for people, but I like, then there's times I'm on my laptop going, how come no one's live? Fuck you people. No one's live right now. Come on, man. But anyways, but yeah, you guys gotta check out Caleb's stuff there. It's I can't remember if I put your guys' YouTube channels in the description, but I will after the fact. I'll do that tomorrow at some point for people watching after. But yeah, guys, I won't be live again until next Thursday, with Nick Cooling's coming on for top 10 1984 movies. So that's gonna be a lot of fun. Check out that. And I got other stuff coming up, like I got to get Rocky 5 review done and some other stuff. But go ahead, Kyle, if you want to plug your channel or all that kind of stuff.
As for me, I'm Kyle from Flet Movies Pop Culture 13. I just dropped my Evil Dead Rise review. You can watch that. Tomorrow, bringing on Polar. We're bringing on Kate from Poppin' Popcorn. Hoping to bring on Carrie from Crave Cinema. And Sarah Campbell will be discussing our top movie remakes. So that's going to be a lot of fun.
Oh, that'd be nice. That'd be a good one. Because there are some good remakes out there. I have seen some good remakes. So
there's definitely some really bad.
They're not all bad. They're not all bad.
No.
Bacon says we should do a Rocky 4 and director's cut double feature. Well, it's essentially watching the same movie. It's just the tone's different
scenes.
I still have to watch Rocky 4. I've only watched up to Rocky 3 so far.
We need to change that.
Yeah, I know he has to change that, but he's having fun doing it. So.
Yeah.
Jeff says Human Centipede trilogy.
Never seen a single one.
Either have I.
I haven't either.
Bacon, love that idea, Jeff.
You guys are
funny,
insane.
man. That's insane. That's insane. But I appreciate you guys for coming on, and this was a lot of fun. We'll have to do it again. Down the road sometime. And everyone who watched tonight, it never hit nobody. There was always someone watching, so I really appreciate that. That's great. Sticking around for T1 and T2. But it's getting late, guys. It's getting on to be 12:30, so I'm gonna say adios. I will see you later. I will see you in the movies.
Hasta la vista, baby.
Baby. Cheers.
Cheers, everyone.